Chapter 420. Let's eat cherry cakes. Let's eat cherry cakes. The children in Zhuangzi shouted as they went to get cherry cakes. Li Yi didn't plant any cherries in Zhuangzi. There were many in the imperial plantation in the north. Wang Xing asked someone to pick them and send them to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi asked someone to push the fruit out, and the remaining fruit juice was put into a box. After a while it would become jelly. The box was soaked in well water. It tasted sweet and sour. Wang Xing followed and watched the children eat. He sighed. Cherries ripen early in the north. It's a pity that they are hard to preserve. They can be made into preserved and dried fruits. Li Yi didn't want to eat cherries. Cherries were small and couldn't be made into dried cherries. When he was young, he ate them with the pits. Later on, there were big cherries. In order to make them look more noble, cherry sellers insisted on calling them cherries. Just like the big red apples in California. Apples weren't called apples, but snake fruits. China's cherries were small and hard to eat. Move the cherry trees to the greenhouse. We might be able to eat cherries in the winter. Wang Xing thought of out-of-season vegetables. Yes, we need more light. We can use light bulbs, candles, or oil lamps. We need to ventilate the greenhouse. Li Yi decided to use light bulbs this year. He didn't want to sell them to others. Glass was very expensive. He sold a few previously, but they were burnt. Those people didn't bring them back to replace them. They only left a glass bulb. This year, we will plant cherries in the big greenhouse. The imperial plantation will also plant cherries. How many months will it take to transplant them? Wang Xing decided to do something big. Spring is the best, Li Yi said and suddenly laughed. The imperial plantation has a lot of cherry trees. Can't you just put the greenhouse on top of them? Li Yi found that it was better to control the greenhouse than to transplant the cherries. Wang Xing clapped his hands. That's right. Build a greenhouse around the cherry trees. Then fertilize them and take care of them. You give me the light bulbs. If they break, we can replace them. I will prepare the materials and manpower to generate electricity. When there are cherries in the winter, I will give you some. The imperial plantation will give priority to the palace. There's no shortage of cherry trees in the palace. You can also build a greenhouse. Give me the ones in the imperial plantation, and I'll provide the light bulbs in the palace. Li Yi changed his approach. All right, I'll do it. Wang Xing thought it was feasible. This year, there will be 20 counties. In each county, I will erect 5 mu of greenhouses for the people to see. Last year, only 3 places had greenhouses. The people did not see them with their own eyes, so they did not dare to invest money and manpower. Give them an example. Only when they realize that they can make money will they be willing to follow suit. Li Yi talked about his arrangements. There were students in all 20 counties, so it would be easier to take care of them. Some rich families have already made preparations. The merchants are very daring. This year, when the lychees come down, you can eat dried lychees. When Wang Xing said that someone wanted to learn from him, he changed the topic and started to crave for lychees. They had lychees now, but unfortunately, they couldn't deliver them. Looking back at Chang, and the embroidery piles are piled up, and the thousands of gates on the mountain top open one after another. Riding in the red dust, the concubine smiles. No one knows it's lychee. Li Yi recited, Brother, Yi, what are you talking about? Wang Xing knew how to write lychees and deliver them to the Chang'an palace. Who is the concubine? Nothing. I suddenly remembered how to preserve the cherries and lychees. I want to make them into canned food. Li Yi found a way to preserve them. Canned food? Wang Xing repeated. Put the meat and flour, add salt and distilled yeast in a jar and seal it. Then put it under the sun for 14 days. When it comes out, it will be canned meat paste. It's written in the Qi Min Qi technique. Li Yi said, the Qi Min Qi technique also had a method to make AO meat. Put the meat in a pot, add seasoning and water and cover it. Put it on the fire to cook. When the meat is cooked, the water will run out. It can be preserved for a while. Wang Xing could only nod. He couldn't memorize the Qi Min Qi technique. I want to make porcelain. The mouth of the bottle should be small so that it can be used to plug the cork. When it's done, put the cherries in, add sugar and water, and steam them in a pot. When it's almost done, immediately plug the cork. Then, seal it with wax or oil paper and mud. It can be preserved for a long time, but the jar and cork have to be steamed first to sterilize it. Li Yi decided to make canned food. He didn't use glass bottles, but porcelain. He would sell it to Heavenly Earth and his Zhuangzi. Lychees and longan are also fine. Can this method be passed down? Collect the lychees locally. When the longan ripens, do the same. Wang Xing was still thinking about the lychees. Even if he couldn't eat the fresh ones, he could eat a canned one. But if it's stored for a short period of time, eat it when it's sent from there. Use a bamboo container. Li Yi gave another idea. The bamboo container wasn't sealed well enough. It would seep in slowly. Li Yi wrote down the process and gave a copy to Wang Xing. He asked him to find the higher-ups. He went to the workshop, the ceramic workshop, and gave the blueprint. The people in the workshop began to make blanks and prepare to burn porcelain. Wang Xing hurried back to the palace. He didn't look for Gao Lisher, but Yang Xishu. Yang Xishu didn't care about him. He avoided Yang Xishu because he wanted to create conflict between Yang Xishu and Gao Lisher. Yang Xishu took the item and thought about it. He quickly sent it to Li Longji. The 3 prime ministers were present. Yang Xishu glanced at Gao Lisher. He passed the item to him. The Li family Zhuangzi came up with a new way to preserve steamed fruits. After giving and speaking, he returned to his place. Yao Chong and the other 2 looked at the item in Gao Lisher's hand at the same time. They also looked at Li Longji. Let's show it to you first. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry. Gao Lisher sent it over. The 3 of them gathered together. The steps were simple. Make a porcelain with a big belly and a small mouth. Prepare the cork and prepare the fruit to be put in. Steam the porcelain and cork in a large pot. At the same time, deal with the fruit. Clean it and remove the core. Then put the fruit in. It's best to add boiling water and sugar. If there's no other sugar, the fruit sugar can be boiled and put in. Continue to steam. After boiling, steam for another 15 minutes. Then open the lid and stuff the cork in as fast as possible. The outside is sealed again. It was written, according to this method, the fruit can be preserved for at least 6 months or at most a few years. The meat can also be made according to this method. The 3 of them passed the paper to Li Longji. After Li Longji finished reading, Zhang Shua said it can be given to the soldiers at the front lines. Wouldn't it be better for the soldiers at the front lines to send dried fruits? Yao Chong, the crepe myrtle commandant and minister of war, spoke up. Exactly. Lu Huaishan supported Yao Chong. If baggage can transport jars, why not send more food and dried meat? Li Longji thought for a moment. It's to eat relatively fresh fruit. Brother Yi has a method to make dried meat. Dried meat is a good thing. It's even better than dried meat. It can be preserved for a long time and is easy to eat. It's easy to eat dried and chewed. It tastes good when cooked with rice. It can even be thrown into water to make soup. At the border between Tubo and the Tujue, the main problem is transportation. How much food does one have to eat on the way over? Li Longji was worried about the consumption of food. The soldiers there ate the food transported from Shu. If they wanted to transport the food here, they had to go through the Yangtze River to reach Shu. Then they had to transport by land from Shu. There were many mountains in Shu, so they had to eat a lot of food along the way. Ask Li Yi if there's any way to send food over in the blink of an eye. Yao Chong suddenly said. Everyone looked at him together with a questioning look in their eyes. I'm just asking just in case. Yao Chong was a little scared by the stairs, so he explained in a low voice. Send Li Yi over. I believe he can solve a lot of problems. Zhang Shua added. Everyone, please go back. Li Longji did not want to talk anymore. Chapter 4:21. May 22nd finally arrived. Half a month later, it was half a month later. Bo Xia was so anxious that he was about to fall ill. He was informed to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to talk. He was the only one allowed to go. When he arrived at Baqiao, he was searched, and the knife on his body was taken away. When he arrived at Zhuangzi, he was dragged to take a bath and change his clothes. He changed into a new set of loose clothes, and his fingernails were cut. Only then did he see the person in Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi sat at one end of a 30-zhang long table. The other end was prepared for Bo Xia, for Yulin flying cavalry stood behind and to his left and right, while the other 8 stood on both sides of the table. Behind Li Yi there were 4 winged knights. One of them was Guazi. Bo Xia sat on a stone stool. The tea bowl that was served was made of wood. When the tea was about 70 degrees Celsius, it was poured for him. It was said that it was convenient for him to drink. With this protective measure, even if Bo Xia wanted to trade his life for his life, he could only think about it in his heart. Li Yi, I want to buy a large number of lighters to bring back. I want the people of Tubo to feel the warmth of the Tang dynasty. Bo Xia requested, 1 for 50 grams. How much do you want? Li Yi was also straightforward. 50,000 for a lighter. It wasn't expensive. He had a good lighter, and the price was very high. Can it be cheaper if you buy more? Bo Xia looked at the tea. Buy 1,000 for 20 grams. Buy 10,000 for 5 grams. Li Yi gave a wholesale price. It was a great discount. We want to buy 1,000, but we need a lot of alcohol. Bo Xia calculated. 20 grams was less than 50 grams. He did not really need the lighters. If you buy 1 lighter, I can sell you at most 2 grams of alcohol. It can be filled about 50 times. If you buy 1,000, it will be 2,000 grams of alcohol. It can be filled 100,000 times. Zhuangzi will give people 1,000 grams of alcohol. 100,000 times 1,000. Li Yi looked like he was calculating. Li Yi, I'm buying a lot. I want it cheap, and 2,000 jin is not enough. Boxy was shocked. Even if he sold his tubo, he wouldn't be able to buy much. You can buy 10,000 of them, 20,000 caddies. You can fill them up 1,000,000 times. How about this? I'll charge you 300 yuan for each time. For the sake of the good relationship between Tubo and the Tang dynasty, I gave you the capital, but you can't expect me to lose money, right? With 20,000 caddies of alcohol, I can make 100 hot air balloons fly for 10 days. My hot air balloons are still being built, so I need alcohol. Li Yi was talking nonsense. He told the other party that 200 caddies of alcohol could allow him to fly for 10 days. In fact, the hot air balloons that were made today would require about 50 caddies of alcohol to fly for 2 hours. He looked at the wind, the load, and how high he wanted to fly. The hot air balloon now carried 4 cans at a time. Each can weigh more than 60 caddies and contained 50 caddies of alcohol. At the same time, he also brought an extra alcohol burner assembly part to prevent one of them from breaking. His alcohol was not the 85% alcohol that was sold. Accidents could happen. Now, he didn't have an altitude indicator that measured air pressure. He only had a thermometer. He used the thermometer to estimate the approximate altitude. When the hot air balloon was on the ground, he used a separate alcohol burner. When it was about to take off, he would change the one on the hot air balloon. Boxy didn't know. He felt that he had discovered a secret. He was calculating how to use the 20,000 caddies of alcohol. But this price, Li Yi, 10,000 lighters will be 50,000 caddies. I still have to spend 300,000 caddies to buy the alcohol. For the sake of the close relationship between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, you can lower it a little more. Otherwise, I can't afford it. Boxy was so anxious that he started sweating. He took a big gulp of tea. 250 yuan for each time. I'll lose money. For the sake of the friendship between brothers. Li Yi gritted his teeth. The Tang dynasty is the elder brother, Tubo is the younger brother. Give me a little more. Boxy didn't care about the country's reputation anymore. 200 yuan. I can't go any lower. You can buy a part of it first. When you raise some money, you can buy it again. I'll treat it as you buying 20,000 caddies. But the money for 10,000 lighters has to be paid in one go. After selling your alcohol, I, Zhuangzi, can't eat. I have a lot of people to feed. I can only sell some soap. Li Yi set the price at 200 yuan per session instead of the 50 yuan that he had prepared. He found that Boxy seemed to be rich. In that case, okay, I'll raise the money. But the money to buy the newspaper is gone. There are so many newspapers now, and the rent is also included. The rent in Chang and is expensive. Boxy decided not to buy the newspaper. He couldn't win against the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi frowned. This newspaper symbolizes your side can't afford it anymore. How about this? I'll buy it. How? Boxy was interested when he saw that he could turn the newspaper into money. 1 copper coin per caddy. I'll buy as much as you have. Li Yi gave the price. There was only 1 newspaper per copy. There were 60 newspapers, which was about half a caddy now. The paper was thicker. Based on this price, the 300,000 newspapers he sold to Fanbang every day can be exchanged for 5,000 yuan. Fanbang used to sell 20,000 newspapers per day for 12 days. After that, it started on May 5th and sold 300,000 newspapers per day. Until today, it had been 18 days. There was a total of 64 million newspapers. If he sold them, he could get back 94,000 yuan, which was 94 coins. They spent $16,920. Li Yi had lost more than 66,000 coins. This was a bloodless battle. Both sides had suffered losses. Li Yi spent 94 coins to buy the newspaper. He could still sell it for 16,920 coins. But this was the initial investment in the market. Li Yi could afford it. Boxy was about to cry. When he bought the newspaper, he sold it by caddy. How could he give him so little money? When he thought about the rent and the smell every day, he shuddered. Okay, I'll sell the newspaper to you. I'll raise the money. Boxy agreed. He had to quickly buy the alcohol and transport it away. If the Li family Zhuangzi found out that the blueprint was missing, the alcohol would not be transported away. When Boxy left Zhuangzi and walked towards the city, he couldn't tell what kind of feeling he had. He should be happy to buy the alcohol, but the price was equally happy. 250,000 coins. We don't have enough money. Let's borrow from others and say that we're transporting it back to research weapons. We'll tell them when we're done. Boxy said as he walked. He had thought it through. When he rushed back to Honglu Temple, he happened to see a group of people walking towards a courtyard. He followed them. When they saw him, they were slightly panicked. It was the Tujue who stood out and said to him directly, "We've discussed it. On the 30th of this month, we'll send 25 people to the Li family, Zhuangzi." This time, it was Boxy's turn to panic. Were they looking to die? 25 people. If one of them was discovered, it would be over. If they were discovered and Zhuangzi investigated, would they still be able to transport the alcohol? No, it's too risky. It's better to plan further. Boxy stopped him. Don't go. We've already decided. Once we get the item, we'll give Tubo a share. The Tujue's attitude was firm. The others nodded in agreement. That I've discovered that the alcohol can be used to make weapons. I've already told Li Yi to buy a lot. Help me raise the money. I'll buy it tomorrow and transport it away. It's best if you do it a few days later. Let me transport the alcohol to the place. At the very least, you can't stop me. On the 30th of next month, wait until we figure out how to use the alcohol and how to make it. I'll tell you then. Boxy could only tell them part of the plan. How much? A tribesman asked. 150,000 coins. I still have to organize people to transport it. That's not a small sum. Boxy looked at everyone and said, Chapter 422. Early in the morning of May 23rd, Fan Bang hired trucks to load newspapers and transport them to Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, gold, copper coins, silk, and silk were also transported. The news spread, and the people of Chang'an cheered. Li Dongzhu won. Fan Bang bought so many newspapers, and Li Dongzhu bought them for less than 10 grams. The most well-informed person shouted everywhere, telling everyone he could see about this good news. Great! I knew Li Dongzhu would win. They spent so much money to buy the newspapers, and they only sold them for 10 grams? Why didn't they find a way to sell them to others? I heard that they were raising money to buy things with Li Dongzhu, and they ran out of money. The main thing is that they admitted defeat. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu would still sell them newspapers, 300,000 copies a day. Last night, they went to sell things overnight, and the merchants pushed the price down hard. They reluctantly accepted it. They deserved it. They even wanted to trick Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu must have made a lot of money again. I'll drink tonight to celebrate. The people passed the good news to each other, as if Li Yi could directly share the money with them. Newspaper. Today's new newspaper. It has a way to make canned food with porcelain. The people who got the newspaper first read the life tips, then other things, and finally the story. They found a way to keep fruits and cooked meat for a long time. It also has a way to make braised pork. Do they want to make braised pork and put it in the canned food? I saw a way to make canned food with bamboo. The newspaper said that Li family Zhuangzi was experimenting to see how long the bamboo canned food could be kept. Li Dongzhu can always come up with new things. Countless people in Chang and celebrated because Fan Bang bowed. The Tubo people who bowed their heads exchanged goods at the bridgehead. The farmers checked carefully. They unfolded the silk one by one and found that it was slightly old, so they didn't want it. They counted the copper coins one by one. Those with a little rust on them were untied and picked out. The gold was weighed and checked. 50 caddies of wine was transported out, and the Tubo people were randomly inspected. He opened it and poured it into the lighter to see if it could be lit. It was possible to ignite them, but it was a little strenuous. Some of them would only ignite after several strokes. The farmer explained that all new lighters were like this. Someone took a used lighter and poured it in. Sure enough, it was easy to ignite. 20,000 caddies of alcohol sounded like a lot. 50 caddies for a jug, so it was only 400 jugs. Just treat it as giving alcohol to the 10,000 soldiers on the front lines. While the Tubo people were handing over the goods, they were hiring boats directly from the Bar River. They were going to enter the Wei River from the Bar River, then the Wei River into the Yellow River, then the Yellow River into the Grand Canal, then the Grand Canal into the Yangtze River, then the Yangtze River into the Dadu River, then the Dadu River into the Jinchuan River, and finally they reached Tubo. From Bahui to Suzhou it was downstream. From there, it entered the Yangtze River and went against the current. Along the way, there were many places where the trackers had to pull it. 400 jars of alcohol and 10,000 lighters, 250,000 silver coins. Li Yi found a high place and used binoculars to look. If all of them were exchanged for copper coins, it would be 250 million silver coins. Kaiyuan Tongbao, 1 silver coin is 825 grams, which is 262.5 tons. Copper, more than 200 tons of copper. 20,000 caddies of 85% alcohol and 10,000 lighters can be exchanged for that. Li Yi said to himself happily. In fact, most of the goods were good silk. There were not many copper coins and not much gold. Li Qingqi stood beside Li Yi. Brother Yi, only you can see that the money is calculated in 10,000 silver coins. He knew the financial income of the Tang dynasty. Last year, everything was converted to about 7,800,000 silver coins. Li Yi, on the other hand, was selling alcohol and lighters with very little capital for 250,000 silver coins. Previously, he had cheated so many merchants of 210,000 silver coins and almost emptied the warehouse of Lantian County. Li Qingqi looked at Li Yi and thought, "You are also our brother Yi. Otherwise, you would sell for 250,000 silver coins. How much is the capital? The alcohol is only 85%. Plus the cost of making the lighters, it's more than 3,200 silver coins. Plus the 66,000 silver coins that were lost, it's 70,000 silver coins. A net profit of 180,000 silver coins. The rest of the money in your family added up to more than 500,000 silver coins. Do you think you can survive on 1/16th of the annual income of the Tang dynasty? I'm going to use the money I earned this time to subsidize the students of the government schools in various places and repair the roads. I'll expand the narrow official road from the Tang dynasty to Tubo and repair the plank roads. I can also use gunpowder to help blow up the mountains and make the roads easier. I won't leave a single coin." Li Yi suddenly said how he was going to spend the money he earned. Li Qingqi nodded. Following his previous thoughts, he answered himself. "Yes, you can survive. Brother Yi, how afraid of death are you? You throw away the money as soon as you get it." He found that Brother Yi's biggest advantage was that he could adapt to the situation. He made money quickly, but he was not greedy. He gave what should be given to the people and what should be given to the emperor. He tried his best to bribe the officials. Then he shouted that he wanted to deal with the corrupt officials and gave ideas on how to deal with them. Li Yi continued, "This year we'll build greenhouses in 20 counties. Vegetables, cantaloupes, and watermelons in winter are considered luxury goods. We'll pay 10% tax. The other rich families who build greenhouses will pay the tax with me. No one can refuse. There's too much money. After a while, I'll come up with a new kind of glaze and ask the buyers to pay the business tax. I guess I'll offend a lot of people. When someone comes to find me, I'll discuss with them how to make a lot of money." "Brother Yi, no one will find you," Li Qingqi reminded. "You must. If you don't, they'll keep it in their hearts and play dirty tricks behind your back. Instead of a group of enemies hiding in the dark, it's better to be friends in the open. Businessmen should not only buy low and sell high, but also produce and make more money for the people." Li Yi insisted on waiting for someone to come. How much could he do alone? They should unite to make money together and promote the development of the Tang dynasty society. Li Qingqi listened for the time being. Anyway, he decided to help. He could not let others trouble Brother Yi. If Brother Yi was in a good mood, he could come up with more new things. He looked at the Tubo people carefully carrying the wine jars and smiled. "Ha ha ha, the return journey will be difficult. The boatmen will charge a high price. Alcohol is easy to burn. Grass and straw, mats, need to be stuffed between the jars. Hot food cannot be cooked on the boat. There will be guards during the day and at night. Once the fire breaks out, it will be too late to jump into the water." Li Qingqi said that transporting alcohol was troublesome. It was the same for transporting alcohol. "We can only fill lighters when we transport it back. If we use this alcohol to make hot air balloons, we'll burn them." Li Yi also smiled. "Can it fly?" Li Qingqi asked. "Yes, it can. If the jar is filled with alcohol, it can fly up. It will slowly rise, but when it reaches the sky, the heat supply will be insufficient and it will fall down." Li Yi said the problem of using 85% alcohol in hot air balloons. Then he remembered something. "Brother, my alcohol is 75% alcohol. It's used to treat wounds and disinfect them. It's very effective. The only drawback is that it's easy to form pus under the scab. The scab needs to be removed and then scrubbed with alcohol. However, it won't cause problems with infection. After the pus under the scab is cleaned, the pus and blood will decrease and new flesh will grow around it." Li Yi was not willing to use alcohol to disinfect patients' wounds. It was better to use alcohol to disinfect instruments and non-invasive external cleaning. He was willing to use iodophor for skin wounds, but he could not make it at the moment. Chapter 4:23. The farmers carefully inspected the various kinds of money. After confirming a portion, they moved away the corresponding amount of alcohol. When the Tubo people saw that the cloth that was not too bad being picked out, they had the urge to cry. This was too much of a bully. Who didn't know that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't even look at the money when he received it? When the commoners came to sell things, they tried to give a good evaluation. Why can't the color be a little darker when it comes to us? When we exchanged the copper coins, only the corner was rusty. Why did you pick it out? Aren't you tired? When the merchants came to buy soap, toilet water, and other things, they all felt guilty when they saw the farmers picking it out. When they waited to buy it, they were moved again. The farmers glanced at the outside of the silk and directly accepted it, just like before. The Li family Zhuangzi isn't stupid. He just takes care of his own people. Look at how carefully he checked the Tubo people. As a merchant spoke, he quietly took out 4 pieces of cloth from his silk and put them back in the cart. He then took out new pieces to replace them. He was embarrassed to put the broken pieces together with the others to fool them. In fact, there was no need to fool them. The Li family Zhuangzi would definitely accept it as normal money. Look, when you open up the silk, it's obvious that it's been stored for a long time and has a moldy smell. This place is lighter than other places. After we accept it, we cut it open and give it to the commoners who sent the wormwood. If the commoners don't want it, we can't cheat them. How about this? For pieces of cloth, we'll make up for 3. We'll work hard and tidy it up properly. As for the copper coins, if they're rusty, put them together with the other copper coins. The Zhuangzi has a lot of copper coins. They can't all be wasted, right? How about this? For pieces of cloth, we'll make up for 3. We'll work hard and tidy it up properly. A farmer pointed at the cloth and copper coins that were not up to standard and said to the Tubo people, "Okay." The Tubo people nodded in agreement. When they said the word, "Okay," the big man's eyes were already red. "Big brother, my brothers, and I put on a ball in the river and went down to catch a lot of river snails. Do you want some?" At this time, a little girl ran over. She was about 8 or 9 years old. She carried a basket for herself, and behind her were a group of boys and girls, big and small, who also had baskets. The villager, who had been trying his best to bully others, suddenly changed his expression. A smile appeared on his face, revealing his 2 rows of teeth. Okay. Let me see. Aya, the size is even. It looks meaty. My Dongzhu loves it the most. Let me weigh it. This basket weighs 6 caddies. How about I charge you 5 qian per caddy? But when you go into the water, you must come up to take a breath. Do you know first aid? Was this CPR? Also, after choking on water, you have to squat on the shore and stand up? The farmer pretended to weigh it, but in reality it was only about 4 caddies. These children were from the villages behind the Zhang family's village. The children from the Zhang family's village were all studying. The children nodded vigorously. I know. Connect a line at that place. Then place your hands in the middle and stretch out your arms to press. While pressing down, he quickly counted 001, 001, 002, 003, all the way until he reached 10. Then he pinched his nose and blew into his mouth. We also know how to squat. Clench your hands together into fists and press them against the soft part of your stomach. Then, squat down as hard as you can and stand up again. At the same time, put your arms behind your back and raise your head. If you choke on water like this, you can only exhale and not inhale. If it's still not good, get someone else to help you blow. Yes. You're too good. I can't even remember it clearly. Aya, you've learned so well, the villager praised. The children laughed heartily and handed over the river snails that they had found at the bottom of the river. The villager still weighed it and reported a higher weight than the actual amount. Then he took the slightly rusty copper coins and counted them according to the normal amount. The children waited for the villager to bring a large basin. They put the river snails in it, grabbed a handful of copper coins, and skipped away. The Tubo people were speechless. He had something to say, but he could only say in his heart, "You mother? You just said that 4 coins is 3 coins. It's not good for the coins to be rusty. Why did you give the rusty coins to the children?" After receiving a large pile of river snails, the villager turned his head and said to the Tubo people, "Look, the edges of these copper coins are worn thin." Other people. The Tubo people clenched their fists and pursed their lips. "Yes, yes." The villager continued to look for the rusty coins seriously. The Tubo people took 2 deep breaths and wanted to chat. "When did you enter Zhuangzi?" "Zhuangzi's chosen bodyguards. I was the first batch to be sent here. Look at my left foot. It's missing 2 fingers. The 2 of us were fighting with the Tubo people. As I was killing them, I didn't know why I was hit. My head became dizzy and I fell to the ground. The Tubo people slashed at me with a knife. In a daze, I kicked out. My foot hurt. Then my brother rushed over and faced the 4 Tubo people. I survived, but my brother died. I killed all 4 of them. Those damn Tubo people, I haven't killed enough." The villager picked out a few copper coins that looked okay and said, "The Tubo people regretted it. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have talked. Why was their mouth so annoying?" At noon, the villagers took turns. The previous ones went back to eat. The new ones had just finished eating. They also brought food for the Chinyo guards. There were sorghum rice, salted beans, garlic eggplant, cold dish fish, soy sauce pork liver, sesame oil, cucumber strips. "There's a lot of meat today. We can't finish it. Brothers, let's put some food on the side. Leave some for the brothers, who change shifts at night." The camp commander who was guarding the bridge saw that there were too many dishes and called out, "Camp commander, let's leave half first. Otherwise, we'll want to eat it." Someone suggested. So he left half of the food in a cool place. When the shift changed at night, it wouldn't spoil. The merchants who came to buy things also had a bowl of cold noodles with slices of meat and cucumber. The children who sold the newspapers gave the money and then brought the small stools and small tables that were stacked in the corner for the Chinyo guards to look after. They sat there one by one, waiting for the villager to serve them rice. The children also ate rice that had been soaked with water, but it was rice. The dishes were white cut meat with garlic sauce, soy sauce chicken liver, cold watermelon rined with sesame seeds, blanched vegetables with black bean sauce, fried shredded eggs with cucumber, and a lot of sesame sauce. In addition, there was a fruit plate with watermelon pulp to replenish vitamins and fructose. In fact, children loved watermelon. "We're selling rice. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetables. Only 600 yuan. Anyone want it?" The villager pushed out 3 dining carts and shouted at the Tubo people, "Can we eat as much as we want?" A Tubo person was hungry and asked, "Are you dreaming? As a buffet? Then it's not this price." The villager looked over. "Everyone eat." At this time, Bo Xia, who had finished negotiating with the boatman, rushed over. He wanted to finish the handover quickly. It wasn't easy for him to persuade those people to stop. They would take action on June 30th. It seemed that there was still more than a month to go. The boat was slow, especially after entering the Yangtze River. When Zhuangzi discovered the situation, the imperial court of the Tang dynasty could quickly send a message to Shu by horse. Then they would intercept the Yangtze River at the place where it entered the Dada River. Thus, everyone was given a large boxed lunch. At Li Yi's time, 1 plate was enough to eat, and there were still leftovers. Now, the Tang dynasty's people had finished that plate. They were not even half full. Fortunately, the taste of the food was really good. Zhuangzi didn't play any tricks in this regard. It seemed that the food was served from the canteen. I hope that those who read outside can subscribe and vote for the recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 4:24. It wasn't until the evening that the 2 sides finished the exchange. The Tubo people took out more than 300 yuan to compensate for the bad cloth and copper coins. This was more than 300,000 yuan. The farmer's hard work was worth it. Therefore, Li Yi stir-fried the river snail meat in sesame oil and some boiled in salt water. The stir-fried meat was eaten by third brother, big brother, and sister-in-law. The shells were boiled in salt water and given to the children in Zhuangzi to play with. After cooking for a long time, all the parasites were killed. There were 2 ways to eat this. The first was to use a toothpick and stick it into the meat. Then, the meat would come out by spinning the river snail with the fingers of the other hand. The second way was eaten by Li Yi when he was a child. Using the hole behind the key, insert the tip of the river snail into the hole and break it. Then, put the big part of the river snail into the mouth and suck. The meat would go into the mouth. The children in the village chose both ways. They found a workshop to make a metal plate with a small hole and inserted it with a bamboo toothpick. This way, the meat would come out easier. The reason why they didn't suck was because sucking too much would make the mouth tired. When chewing, the mouth would become numb and the taste wouldn't be enough. Now, the children also paid attention to the quality of the food they ate, although it was a little troublesome. Big brother, third brother, the money we earn still has to go to the Ministry of Works. Minister Wei must be tired. Help me talk to him. While drinking, he said to Li Qingqi and Li Longji. He indeed had to spend more than 200,000 yuan on Zhuangzi. Li Yi didn't need to use money to raise his status. He was a third-rank civil official. He took out a lot of technology that was helpful for farming. He also put in a lot of effort to deal with the locust plague. Putting himself in Li Yi's shoes, Li Yi felt that he was the emperor. The annual revenue was less than 8 million yuan. There was a Zhuangzi next to the capital. Today, there was more than 200,000 yuan. How could he not be tempted? That was money. It could be used to arm the army and build roads and bridges. Just like Shen Wansan. No. Shen Wansan's story was fabricated. According to the information, Shen Wansan was killed by Zhu Yuanzhang during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasty. Brother Yi, you are really willing. Li Longji sighed. He had just received more than 200,000 taels and was about to take them out. It wasn't buying land or partnering with others to do business. It was just throwing it away. Seeing that brother, Yi still had the leisure to cook river snails to go with the wine. She knew that he didn't take the money seriously. Third brother, I like the feeling of making money, especially when I'm cheating Tubo. If I succeed, I'll get the money. I don't want that money anymore. Speaking of which, their investment in Chang and was not small. All the foreign countries' offices in Beijing. No embassies, no envoys. They brought a lot of valuable jewelry with them. Last night, they sold them overnight, which benefited the businessmen of the Tang dynasty. I estimate that we can still squeeze out 500,000 to 600,000 coins worth of good stuff from them. Li Yi was calculating. There were a lot of jade, ivory, rhinoceros horns, tiger bones, tiger penis, and crocodile skin from the Japanese. They were all good stuff. Of course, those tigers were South China tigers and Bengal tigers, not Siberian tigers. Wu Song also didn't fight Siberian tigers. Wu Song was a Siberian tiger. Even if he drank stimulants, he would still be defeated. In the Tang dynasty, there were only 3 situations where a hunter could escape unscathed from a Siberian tiger. First, the Siberian tiger didn't see him or smell him. Second, the Siberian tiger was too full and didn't want to move. Another thing was that the hunter had at least 3 Chinese field dogs with him. Moreover, there were field dogs that were known as mountain guard dogs. Together with the hunter's bow, the 3 mountain guard dogs could cooperate with the hunter to charge forward. After the hunter's bow and the 3 mountain guard dogs, the 2 sides confronted each other and then each side took a step back. The snow dog dominated the plateau alone. It was the only mountain guard dog in 10,000 miles. When the Tang dynasty and Tubo were at war, there were dogs involved. Tubo was naturally a Tibetan Mastiff, a real Tibetan Mastiff, not the kind that was kept as a pet. The Tang dynasty sent mountain guard dogs. Usually, they would fight with numbers and not let go. Tibetan Mastiff skin was good at keeping people warm, but Tubo would rather sell other things than Tibetan Mastiff skin. They didn't have Mastiff skin in their own tents. and it had never appeared on their clothes. This was what Li learned. He judged that Tubo's Tibetan Mastiffs didn't form groups. Otherwise, they would be used to charge forward. The Tang dynasty had too few mountain guard dogs, so they couldn't complete the task of charging forward. Now, what the Tibetans had was not money, but all kinds of luxury goods. The more funds they could mobilize in Chang, and the deeper their infiltration into the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Li, who had thought of many possibilities, said to Li Qingqi and Li Longji, the Tibetans might continue to bribe Tubo. But it seems that the Turks and other tribes were deceived and didn't know the situation. They will get the other non-critical blueprints of the hot air balloon through the works supervisor, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ordnance supervisor. Well, it's possible. Li Longji thought seriously and admitted. Li Qingqi said, report to His Majesty and keep an eye on it. No, not keep an eye on it, but use that blueprint again. If it can be sold at a good price, then they will come to buy alcohol. Li didn't think that the officials would be bribed at all. He thought that the other party still had something to sell. Tubo did it once, so why couldn't others do it again? There were so many Turkic tribes. The Turkic tribes were Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and the Northeast. The Lantian jade of Lantian County was good, but he couldn't get it. The Hetian jade of Xinjiang was also good, and there were many local specialties. The specialties of Inner Mongolia and the Northeast were also good. Since they could sell Tubo alcohol once, why not sell it a few more times? Li Longji and his brother understood. Empress Wang paused for a moment. She was breastfeeding. She insisted on breastfeeding. When she was breastfeeding, there was a stand on both of her shoulders. Then a cloth curtain hung down. When she lowered her head, she could see the baby drinking milk. To others, it was a small tent. Li designed it for the breastfeeding women in Zhuangzi. It was very convenient. When she wasn't feeding the baby, it could be rolled up, folded, and slung over her shoulder. When she was breastfeeding, she adjusted it slightly and it became a big cover. Uncle, if we operate it well, can we make hundreds of thousands of yuan? Empress Wang was always interested in money. That depends on how many valuable things they have with them. I'm going to use alcohol to squeeze them dry. Then I'll take out new things and let them have no choice but to exchange with livestock or bring livestock over. Li wasn't very sure about the specific situation of the Brahmins. For example, some tribes only wanted to live and were not willing to take the initiative to fight, so their demand for hot air balloons was small. What they needed was not hot air balloons, but the judgment of the strong in the battle. The one who emerged victorious in the end would bring more danger to himself. If they were sure that the Tang dynasty would win, they could even migrate their tribes. Let's go. We don't want to mess with Tubo anymore. For example, the Shadua tribe was originally threatened by Tubo, but they didn't want to be enemies with the Tang dynasty, so they migrated. Therefore, when the Tang dynasty ended, they occupied a place as a neutral country for the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. It was said that the direction of history had nothing to do with individuals, but in fact, it was the outstanding leaders who changed the dynasty. The turning of the world's history was completed by a certain person or a few people. Chapter 4:25. Let's go! At the Ba Shui Pier, with a shout, the boat with alcohol and lighters was pushed away from the pier by the people on the shore with long poles. Bo Zhu stood there with his mouth tightly pursed and his eyes filled with worry. The 22 boat people who went back with the boat stood straight and looked at Bo Zhu with firm eyes. They didn't know why they had to go to war. They only knew that they could risk their lives for Tubo. Bo Zhu didn't close his eyes until the boat disappeared into the night. He turned to look at the busy pier at night. The porters at the pier were wearing the ready-made Alliance's vest, Jingyi Alliance's trousers, and Rongyi Alliance's pouch and shoes. The porters who came to work while the night was slightly cooler formed a circle and changed their clothes. After changing their clothes, they went to eat first. They were afraid of wasting firewood to eat at home. Eating at the pier was a cost. The pier cooked rice in big pots and burned coal. The porters could eat staple food by spending a little money. They took the staple food to drink free soup, and eat free salted vegetables. The E-Alliance was in charge of the soup and salted vegetables. The E-Alliance's advertisements were so useful that they took on many big jobs. There were merchants who came from hundreds of miles away to order clothes in Tang, and after shipping them back, they added some money and sold them to others. The merchants made money. It was cheaper for the people who bought the clothes to buy them than to make them themselves. It took many days for the people to make a set of clothes. A large piece of cloth was used to make clothes. The remaining corners could only be used to mend the clothes. The E-Alliance made clothes in an assembly line. The use of cloth was more reasonable. The leftover materials were used to make other clothes. The cost was lower. Bo Zhu stood there and watched. He watched the prosperity of the pier and the good life of the people of the Tang dynasty. We Tubo people should be like this too. If the Tang dynasty doesn't give it to us, we will take it ourselves. Bo Zhu found a reason for the war. If they couldn't develop the technology, they would use force to solve it. It was a very simple reason. There was no such thing as should or shouldn't. He muttered, went to drink a bowl of soup that cost 1 copper coin, and strode towards Chang. After walking a few dozen steps, he turned around and went back to the place where he spent money to eat. He almost forgot that Chang and didn't open at night. He couldn't go back. He had to spend the night at the pier with his subordinates. There was a temporary place to stay at the pier. After 15 minutes, the moon rose later. Bo Qiao pushed open the window of the room, lit the mosquito coil, and looked at the stars in the sky. As he watched, his eyes widened. The stars did not disappear, but there was something floating in the sky. At first, he thought it was a firefly, but when it floated closer, he finally saw it clearly. It was a hot air balloon. He only came back to his senses when the hot air balloon flew past him and headed toward Zhuangzi. They are training at night. The fire of the hot air balloon can be seen at night. I'll write back and tell them. Bo Xia felt that he had discovered a secret. Hot air balloons could be guarded against at night. As long as they sent people to keep an eye on the sky, a group of hot air balloons would definitely have a group of light spots. The hot air balloon fell back to Zhuangzi, but it deviated and fell into the paddy field instead of the public square. The wing knights ran in and helped to carry them out. They stepped on a lot of rice sprouts. Li Yi had just finished drawing a few types of boudoir clothes designed for the rich. This kind of clothes saved a lot of fabric. When he heard the commotion outside, he came out to take a look. Dong Zhu, the brothers were training at night. When the rope was thrown down, the people below didn't catch it and fell into the paddy field. Fan Fan reported the situation to Li Yi. It's good that they didn't hit the house. Next time, don't fall in Zhuangzi. There's an open space outside. Li Yi did not care about the paddy field. He was afraid that something would happen to them. Dong Zhu, the hot air balloon will light up at night. We won't be able to launch a sneak attack. Fan Fan brought up another matter. By the time we see the light of the hot air balloon, it will be too late to prepare. The enemy uses the light to guard against the hot air balloon. We can release Kongming lanterns, a few at a time. If they want to prepare, then prepare. It's a good time to exhaust them. Li Yi did not think that the hot air could be defended against at night. At worst, they could increase the fire and fly higher. Fan Fan laughed. He realized that Li Yi was right. They stared at the night sky and shouted when they saw light spots. After getting used to it, they threw out a batch of Kongming lanterns. The next day, when Li Qingqi left after breakfast, Li Yi handed him a stack of papers. Brother, newly designed clothes for the rich. You can make them first and let the people in Pyongkong Square try them out. After saying that, Li Yi turned around and left at a very fast speed. Brother Yi, if it's easy to sell, the E-Alliance will give you more money. Li Qingqi shouted. He did not know what was so urgent. He stood there and flipped through the papers. After a few glances, he immediately looked around. Fortunately, there was no one around. Aya, the clothes are good. The weather is hot. It's cool to wear them. Brother E is talented. Ha 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 ha. Li Qingqi said, and quickly put away the papers. He rode on his horse and led his men to the city to find the Alliance to make the clothes. In the afternoon, a batch of clothes was sent to Pyongkong Square. It was free of charge. Anyway, there was not much cloth, and it did not cost much. At night, Baitsu was the most lively. Zhongtsu and Nanku were also lively. After a night, many people ran to Yimeng's shop and said, "Give me one from A4 and two from A6. The person in the shop nodded and went in to take a bag. He handed it over and said, "A total of 3 bags. Okay, it's not expensive." The person said and asked his men to pay. That day, a lot of these clothes were sold. The girls in Pyongkong Square made their own clothes. There were too many styles. Everyone was given different clothes, and they had to compare with each other. The money they earned was the cloth. The new clothes were easy to make, and it took less time. "Brother E, your clothes." Li Qingqi wanted to talk about the clothes during lunch on May 25th. "What clothes?" "Brother, try this dried pot chicken." Li Yi interrupted Li Qingqi. "Oh yes, it's delicious." Li Qingqi reacted and quickly lowered his head to eat. After eating, Li Qingqi pulled Li Yi outside and said, "Brother E, I'll give you 1,000 for the technical fee. Even if people don't buy it in the future, it's enough to make it once." "Okay, I have more here. I'll get it later." Li Yi was happy when he heard the offer and went to get a stack of paper. However, he did not leave in a hurry this time. He stood aside. Li Qingqi opened it like a thief and then showed a regretful expression. "What clothes are these?" "Clothes worn by ordinary people. The sleeves and trousers are not loose. They are tight-sleeved to save the cloth, and at the same time, it's not cumbersome. There are a total of 6 kinds. There are patches on the knees, but they are symmetrical and look new. There are also patches on the elbows and shoulders. If they are patched by themselves, some people will think it's shabby and are afraid of being laughed at. The clothes we sell are of the same style. When they wear it, they can say that it's E-Alliance's new clothes." Li Yi explained the reason. They all had the same idea to take care of the people. Li Qingqi listened and carefully put away the stack of paper. He said seriously, "Brother E, these clothes are better than that. You can do the same for the shoes in the future. Add a patch on the parts that are easy to wear. If it's worn out, you can patch it again and it'll still look the same." Although it's a joke to say that it's not a joke to patch it up, people are still willing to choose the latter if they can wear it without feeling that it's patched up. Li Yi mentioned the shoes again. Nowadays, there were cloth shoes and leather boots. More people were wearing straw sandals. Chapter 4:26. Li Yi and Li Qingqi talked about how clothes were beneficial to the people. After Li Longji finished his meal in the palace, Gao Lisher whispered to him. Last night, Imperial Censor Li Jie was at Pyongkong Square discussing poetry with Xanru. Imperial Censor Zhangsun Xan also went to find Xanru. Knowing that Li Jie was there, he wanted to discuss it together, but Li Jie did not agree. Zhangsun Xan said that he would teach Li Jie a lesson sooner or later. Li Jie threatened to impeach him. So Zhangsun Xan left angrily. Gao Lisher told him about Zhangsun Xan, whom Li Longji asked him to keep an eye on. "Ah, so that's it. Brother E. Zhangsun Xan, you're wrong. Send Zhangsun Xan to Lantian County as patrol, but spare his life." Li Longji thought a lot, and finally realized that Li Yi should have predicted that Zhangsun Xan would be in great danger. So when shopkeeper Liang asked for help, Li Yi did not care. A dying person. But he couldn't die. His wife, Wang Yurong, was pregnant. What about Wang Shi? Li Longji asked another person. Empress Wang's brother, the current junior supervisor of the palace. Greedy for money, like Duke Qi. They both like money and good food. Gao Lisher introduced. Duke Qi was Empress Wang's father, Wang Renjiao. Since Wang Yurong became the empress, both of them were willing to save a lot of money, and then enjoy it. They also accepted gifts from others and continued to save. Greedy for money is good. You can be greedy for more. Li Longji smiled. If Empress Wang did not have a son, he would frown at this moment. Your sister and daughter did not have a child. I was already under pressure, but you did not restrain yourself. Now the situation is different with the future crown prince. It is safer for both of you to be greedy. Otherwise, what are the two of you trying to do by acting like saints? Are you anxious to let your child become the emperor? Then you too. Li Yi did not know that he changed Zhongsun Xian's fate. He was giving a medical lesson to the nurses. When he was teaching, he was not wasting time like when he was teaching. Now he was mainly talking about how to operate, especially how to cooperate with the chief surgeon. The 80 people learned very seriously. They knew that Dongzhu had 2 medical systems. The imperial physicians discovered that Li Dongzhu had a lot of problems that he didn't know, especially when it came to pulse diagnosis and acupuncture. Once the illness was confirmed, there was nothing wrong with the medication. However, they didn't dare to look down on him. Li Dongzhu could feel his pulse, but he had such a good thing to check. If he learned how to use the equipment, he would be able to treat some people who could not be saved in the future. The imperial physicians felt that the equipment was very useful, especially when they could not determine what illness it was after taking the pulse. Li Dongzhu couldn't tell when he was taking his pulse. He used the equipment and directly compared it with the Chinese medicine. Then he carefully thought about the situation of his pulse and understood. Li Yi was actually thinking the same way. He could remember the pulse and then use the equipment to check it. He could learn quickly. On the evening of May 26th, Li Yi received a message. Zhongsun Xian became an inspector and ran to Lantian County to guard it. Why did he go there? It shouldn't be. He is Empress Wang's brother-in-law. He should be arrogant and domineering and then die. If he goes there, he will definitely cause trouble for Lantian County. He will directly confront me. Li Yi was depressed. Zhongsun Xian could die in the hands of others. For example, if he didn't care, he might still beat Li Jia. Then, no, it said in the palace that Empress Wang also gave birth to a boy. Then His Majesty will no longer think that Zhongsun Xian is arrogant and must kill him. Li Yi said his judgment. Li Longji, his wife, and Li Qingqi were all listening. Li Longji asked, "Brother Yi, have you calculated it?" "It's not calculated. Sometimes when I suddenly encounter something, I know something. It's not accurate." Li explained. Since he was here, many things had to change. Li Qingqi was curious. Why did His Majesty kill Zhongsun Xian? He didn't kill him now because Zhongsun Xian thinks that he is powerful because his sister is the Empress. He didn't think about what His Majesty would face if Empress Wang didn't have a child. Empress Wang got pregnant early. Otherwise, there would be a crown prince now. After the crown prince, Zhongsun Xian was still so arrogant. Who else could His Majesty kill? Li Yi analyzed, but it was useless now. Empress Wang had a son who could touch him. Then Zhongsun Xian won't die? Empress Wang asked. At least he can't be killed by His Majesty. Even if he committed a crime, he can't be killed. Killing him will give others a hint that even if the Empress has a child, His Majesty won't take it seriously. Why is this trouble thrown to me? What does His Majesty mean? I know. Oh, okay. I will be responsible for educating Zhongsun Xian. The key is the Empress's brother and father. They are too greedy. Wang Shi is not careful. Li Yi continued, mentioning Empress Wang's 2 relatives. Would it be better if they weren't greedy? Empress Wang was a little anxious. They can't not be greedy. If a person doesn't show any desire, he must be hiding a bigger scheme. The 2 of them are greedy. Just give them money. They suddenly became good. Then, is it possible that they are waiting for the child to be crowned crown prince? Then His Majesty. Li Yi didn't say anything else, but he had already expressed his intention. Li Longji was a little nervous. Yes, Brother Yi, what you said is what I think. Oh, Empress Wang thought for a moment and understood. She was relieved. Thinking of Zhongsun Xian, she felt it was interesting. Uncle, Guess what Zhang Sun Xian can do in Lantian County? I guess he is worried now. He should go check the accounts. But the accounts are all checked. Now he has to start from scratch. There are no problems. He doesn't want to catch the new official's weakness. If he wants to get money, he will get it from the mines. The mines are privately owned by many businessmen. It has nothing to do with the Yamen. We are the ones who brought up the issue of tax. After the accounts are recorded, we will pay after the first sum of money. If he wants to get money, he needs to find the problem from the tax account. The tax has not been implemented. If he pushes for the tax to be implemented, he will offend a lot of people. He doesn't care. He doesn't know how long he can stay there. When he leaves and pays the tax, he won't get any benefits. Ha ha ha. Li laughed out loud as he spoke. The three of them smiled. Yes, what will happen when Zhang Sun Xian goes there? In Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian, who was being talked about by the four of them, was just as Li Yi said. He was worried. He lived in the county office. The county magistrate lived in the best courtyard. It was impossible to give it to him. That was a position. He saw the financial account. The account showed that he owed money. The captured officials and businessmen couldn't take out the extra money. Even if they owed the Yamen, it was useless to kill them. At present, the Yamen couldn't pay their salaries. The Yamen couldn't provide food. There was no money to buy it. They ate at the Li family Zhuangzi's tent canteen outside. The Li family Zhuangzi's chef was teaching the chef of sinful immortal abode how to cook. When the people in the county office were hungry, they went to eat. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want money. The Yamen runners and other small officials were now working at the construction site of Drunken Immortal Abode. They were said to be project supervisors. They helped to see if there was something wrong, if it would fall, if people were injured, and so on. They worked hard and were paid by Drunken Immortal Abode. This was considered a salary. Oh, it was more than a salary. Zhang Sun Xian came over today. At noon, a villager found him and asked him to work as a supervisor. The salary was 3 times that of the Yamen runners. It was quite a lot. Zhang Sun Xian was even more depressed. Were they trying to send away beggars? Chapter 4:27. Inspector Zhang Sun, are you going to eat? A bailiff came over to greet Zhang Sun Xian. Let's go and eat. Zhang Sun Xian helplessly shouted. He came with 4 servants, a concubine, and a rough woman. He couldn't bear to pay for food himself. There were so many mouths to feed. The concubine came to the side, and the others followed behind. The Li family Zhuangzi's tent didn't allow takeout, so they could only eat there. They worked 24 hours a day, mainly to provide food for the construction site. If the commoners were willing to come and drink the free soup, it wasn't a problem. There were more than 10 stoves, and a big pot was constantly burning. Cooking was done in a big pot with a spade. The chefs of Drunken Immortal House were learning bit by bit. Cooking with a special stove wasn't considered a skill. Cooking with a big pot was amazing. There were 100 tables and long stools in the tent area. A few people could sit on a stool. The commoners nearby came over to chat. There were also scholars gathered here holding books to read. There were many lanterns in the tent area. The scholars whose family conditions weren't very good finally found a place to read at night. It was a little windy tonight. The lantern swayed, and the wind blew even hotter. It felt like it brought in the heat from other places. Go, add another lantern. The chef cooked a few dishes. When he looked up and saw the lantern swaying, the brightness was low. He called for the waiter of Drunken Immortal House. The waiter quickly found another lantern, lit a candle, and put it in, hanging it above the heads of the scholars. The scholars looked at each other, then stood up and bowed to the Li family Zhuangzi's people. Hypocritical, using money to buy reputation. Zhang Sun Xian, who walked over, happened to see this and muttered. Everyone pretended not to hear, and the villagers ignored him. Why would they care about a minor 5th rank official? My Dongzhu is a major 3rd rank official. If you have the ability, then say my Dongzhu's name. If you continue to mock me, I'll impeach you to death. Zhang Sun Xian only said one sentence, so he didn't dare to do anything. Seeing that the plates were placed in a sheltered place in the tent, he went over and picked them up. Then he went to the food boxes placed in the tent to scoop the dishes. He ate a meal at noon. It was delicious, not worse than earthly paradise. There were even dishes that earthly paradise didn't have here. There were tables and stools in the tent. He thought about it and chose to eat outside. It was more stuffy inside the tent. There were always people splashing water outside, so the dust wasn't very big. A commoner came over with a bowl of yellow rice. He nodded and smiled at the people of the Li family Zhuangzi, then went over to get some soup and pickled vegetables to eat. This way he could save some money. The soup was bone soup with vegetable leaves added. The bones weren't shaved clean, and once they were cooked, the meat would scatter. Zhang Sun Xian saw this and pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but the concubine beside him nudged him. He sighed and lowered his head to eat. Actually, he didn't want to come out. It was great to be in the palace, close to Her Majesty. Come out. It's good to change to another county. Why Lantian County? It's poor. The county yamen is poor. There was a rich Zhuangzi here, but the problem was that there was a third-rank official in Zhuangzi. Jin Ziguang Lu was not just for show. He, the brother-in-law of the empress, was a fourth-rank official. Most importantly, he was both an official and rich. He had just earned 250,000 yuan. How many years would it take for the people of Lantian County to drink this meat soup? How many people would need to drink it for 250,000 taels? The chef over there cooked half a pot of chicken tips. After the chicken tips were processed and the glands were removed, they could eat it without worry. Moreover, there weren't any antibiotics or poisonous things here. He placed 4 plates at the side. The waiter was perceptive and grabbed for pairs of chopsticks. He carried the plates over and placed them in front of the 4 scholars. With one look, I can tell that you will be rich in the future. These are freshly cooked chicken tips. Help me try them. If you get first place in the future, we will also benefit from it. The waiter looked like he was asking for help. The 4 scholars revealed grateful expressions and picked up their chopsticks to eat. The waiter scooped soup and scooped a spoonful of rice into the soup. Eating like this wasn't good for the stomach, but it was good for the face. It was just soup. The scholars were indeed grateful. As for the first place the waiter mentioned, in other places, first place was more important. To the Li family Zhuangzi, what was first place? Top 42? The scholars ate the chicken tips. They bit down and oil came out. They quickly chewed twice. The oil couldn't be wasted. The chef scooped out all the chicken tips. There was a lot of oil in the pot. He scooped a spoonful of sauce and stir-fried it a few times. The rich sauce fragrance wafted out. Then he poured the washed wild vegetables in. As soon as it was cooked, he sprinkled some salt and took it out of the pot. Time to eat, time to eat. Wash your hands first. Guan Xiaotan's voice came. A large group of people who were working over there came here to eat. After eating, they went to rest. There were other people working at night. They had eaten just now and were digesting it now. They couldn't work directly in case they got sick. The workers washed their hands and faces. Guan Xiaotan counted the copper coins there. The work was settled on the same day. He was afraid that some people's families didn't have money and could buy food with the money. If there was a special application for not settling on the same day, he would give an extra 5%. After a month, he would give it to them with silk. When ordinary people bought things, the silk was in a mess, big and small. The Li family's farmstead had never been so generous. It was either copper coins or silk that was tied together when they had accumulated too much. Otherwise, if the cloth was cut into pieces, it would be difficult to make clothes with only a few feet or tens of feet. Guan Xiaotan counted the money and put it in front of everyone one by one, stacking it on the table. No one touched it. After washing their hands, Guan Xiaotan said to wash their hands after touching the money. Otherwise, They would get sick if it touched their mouths. You are Guan Xiaotan, the Li family Zhuangzi's manager here? Zhang Sun Xian suddenly asked when Guan Xiaotan was giving out the money. Replying to Inspector Zhang Sun, I am Guan Xiaotan. I help Dongzhu do things. Guan Xiaotan answered calmly, Your drunken immortal house. Isn't it overstepping the rules? Zhang Sun Xian asked. No, it was built according to heavenly earth. If it overstepped the rules, someone would have checked it. Guan Xiaotan explained patiently. Zhang Sun Xian, he choked on the soup. How could drunken immortal house compare to heavenly earth? Who didn't know that His Majesty had a share in heavenly earth? On second thought, Zhang Sun Xian found that there was nothing wrong. Heavenly earth was nominally Li Yi's. So he remembered the important thing. Li Yi couldn't be provoked. He lowered his head and ate. Pretend that he didn't say anything. What could he possibly do as a patrol inspector? The officials with a little real power in the county were arrested. The newcomers were no problem. Li Yi in Zhuangzi finished his meal and returned to his courtyard. He sat there thinking, I have to arrange for Zhang Sun Xian. What is he suitable for? His job is to be the Minister of Clothing. He is responsible for the clothes of the people in the palace and the furnishings of the tables. He should make furniture, design some novel furniture. For example, a real leather sofa without springs and a patchwork sofa with a random layout. Or, Qiangong step bed? Yes, Qiangong step bed is good. Li Yi thought about how to arrange for Zhang Sun Xian and thought of a good thing. A room in a room, a corridor in a corridor, a room in a room, a Qiangong step bed. Li Yi decided to draw a variety of sofas and then draw a simple Qiangong step bed and describe it. He believed that the palace would also like this thing. He could put it on the carriage. He could also hang curtains outside. If he made a big room similar to the Qiangong step bed, it would be fun. Chapter 428. In Li Yi's eyes, the Qiangong step bed was just for showing off. As for the bad weather in the south and the mosquito nets, it was pure nonsense. It was like buying a big plane to fly around because the distance was far. There was no other way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought a plane. The qian in the Qiangong step bed was a number and work was a measure. An excellent craftsman could only make one bed in 1,000 working days. Step was not 8. Step meant to raise one's leg. There were steps inside. At Li Yi's time, a good Qiangong step bed was more expensive than 400 square meters in an ordinary second-tier city. It was expensive in terms of wood, but the cost of labor was cheap. That night, Li Yi sent someone to deliver it to Lantian County. The next morning, many people in Lantian County woke up. The first thing they did was to go to the toilet. They knew how to wash their hands. After washing their hands, those who were close to the tent canteen ran there. Amidst the hawking of a newspaper, they ate a free steamed bun, drank 2 bowls of free soup, and had some pickled vegetables. Then they quickly went to work. They usually ate 2 meals a day and went to work in the fields in the morning. If someone cooked for them at home, the food would be sent to the fields at around 10 o'clock in the morning. After eating, drinking water, resting for a while, the 2 people worked together. If there were children, the children would cook and send the food. Especially girls, they would learn to cook from a young age. Boys would think of ways to send them to school, hoping that they would be successful. Now that there was the Li family Zhuangzi's tent canteen, those who were close would run over and eat in a hurry. After thanking them, they would go to work. Those who were far away couldn't do anything. The canteen didn't allow takeout. They could only wait for mealtime to come, bring their own staple food and vegetables, and drink the canteen soup. The people didn't want to take advantage of this, but their lives were really difficult. There was oil in the soup, and pickled vegetables were free. If Li Yi didn't have much money, others would call him stupid, but he was rich. The people of Lantian County all knew that Li Dongzhu sent food to people on the way back from Luoyang. If Li Yi went to Lantian County now, he would see anyone who was not sleepy. He would shout at the top of his lungs, I am Li Yi from the east bank of Bar River. Someone wants to beat me. that person basically had no chance of surviving. Many people would rush over and beat him up without asking for the reason. They would talk after the fight. Even the county yamen couldn't do anything about it. There were too many commoners involved. Zhang Sun Xian also discovered this problem. When she woke up in the morning, she saw many people running to the tent to eat, talking about how good Li Dongzhu was. The county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, 3 registrars, and 2 county lieutenants also brought people over for dinner. There were 3 officials from the Li family Zhuangzi who passed the exam. They heard that Zhang Sun Xian didn't respect Dongzhu, so they ignored Zhang Sun Xian. As for the other 4 people, they came here through connections. They had background and backing, and they knew who Zhang Sun Xian was. He was the brother-in-law of the Empress. But so what? If I didn't make any mistakes, would you dare to frame me? If it was somewhere far away, it would be fine. But this was Lantian County, very close to Chang'an. Do you believe that we will find someone to impeach you? A few days ago, my wife told Empress Wang that she would invite the Empress to the pool here in a few days. Zhang Sun Xian came over and said loudly to the concubine beside him, "Tell others that I am Empress Wang's brother-in-law. The Empress is really good. Unfortunately, I have only seen her once. The palace is too busy. It's not easy to come out." The concubine knew how to cooperate and quickly said that she had actually seen Empress Wang before, but Empress Wang had never seen her. She was a concubine. When Zhang Sun Xian's wife went to see her sister, would she bring her husband's concubine? If Zhang Sun Xian didn't work in the palace, he wouldn't have seen Empress Wang. When he saw her in the palace, he didn't have the right to speak unless Empress Wang took the initiative to talk to him. Empress Wang's brother was in charge of food. He was in charge of clothes and furniture. Empress Wang was pregnant and didn't eat from the palace. Only she ran back and forth to bring back food from earthly paradise. It wasn't that Empress Wang didn't trust her brother, but that Empress Wang felt that her brother could be deceived. The 2 of them echoed each other. The others stood up to greet them, giving face to the Empress, even if the Empress wouldn't come. The farmers didn't care. The Empress came in person, so they were respectful. As for you, if you know her, then so be it. My Dongzhu has helped the Empress a lot. On the 15th day of the 1st month, my Dongzhu specially performed to help the Empress. His Majesty even gave him an official title. What was it at that time? Oh, Imperial Physician, now Jinzi Guanlu Physician. What's there for breakfast this morning? Aya, it's so hot in the morning. I want to eat something cold. Zhang Sun Xian sat there looking at the sky. A waiter from Drunken Immortal House came over, replying to Inspector Zhang Sun, "There are fried dough sticks, donuts, fried cakes, steamed buns, and steamed buns. There are 2 rice porridge, soy milk, tofu pudding, and bone and wild vegetable soup. The side dishes are shredded tofu with dried scallion oil, garlic cucumber, garlic eggplant, and cold watermelon rind. In addition, there are fried eggs, 100 boiled round eggs, salted duck eggs, and salted goose eggs. There are no soup pancakes, no noodles." Zhang Sun Xian deliberately looked for trouble. In the past, they were all called soup pancakes. Now, everyone changed it according to the habits of the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Dongzhu. There were steamed buns, fried dough sticks, fried buns, fried dumplings, rice noodles, cold jelly, liangpi, and so on. Li Yi gave the names according to the habits of his side and divided them very carefully. For example, meat bird's nest and wonton were originally soup pancakes, but Li Yi insisted on separating them. Wonton, and wonton were all the same in Li Yi's eyes. It was just a matter of the fillings and soup. At Li Yi's time, all the seasonings were present, so there wasn't much difference. However, the meat bird's nest was taken out by Li Yi alone. The skin of the meat bird's nest wasn't ordinary wheat flour. It was made with meat and glutinous rice flour, so the overall material was different. Zhang Sun Xian felt that she couldn't say the specific name, so she couldn't keep up with the trend. Then, the head chef personally cooked the noodles and stir-fried the sauce in a small pot. He asked, "Do you want cold zhajiangmian or hot zhajiangmian?" "Can't it be hot zhajiangmian?" Zhang Sun Xian insisted on looking for trouble. "Yes." The head chef nodded. "I want cold. I'll heat it up early this morning." Zhang Sun Xian was just saying. She didn't really want to eat hot noodles. "Can I use mushrooms to exchange for a large portion of meat noodles?" A little girl around 10 years old pulled a 5 or 6-year-old boy to the side and asked. She carried a small basket with many mushrooms in it. "Let me see. Ah, such a good mushroom, and it's not poisonous. Are you willing to exchange so many good mushrooms for meat noodles?" The head chef personally went over to check the mushrooms. He was relieved that there was no poison, so the child was safe. "I'll give it to my brother. Is it enough to exchange for a bowl?" The little girl looked at her brother and raised her other hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. "I don't know. Xiao Tan, come and see how much these mushrooms are worth." The head chef looked at Guan Xiao Tan with a troubled expression. Guan Xiao Tan trotted over and looked down a few times. 30 coins, at least 6 bowls of meat noodles. 6 bowls. The head chef followed the words and said to the little girl, "So much? My parents are sick, and I'm the only one taking care of my brother. Can I buy it back to eat?" The little girl was happy and conflicted. Hearing the little girl's words, Guan Xiaotan frowned and turned to look at a businessman. The man ran over as fast as he could. Let me see, let me see. Ah, such good mushrooms. It's better to sell them." Chapter 429. Let me see, let me see. What kind of mushroom is a flop? Oh, not bad. It should be a flop. Otherwise, I'll buy it for 100 gold coins. Another merchant ran over and squatted there to look at the mushrooms. Why is it only you, Old Song, who bought it for 100 gold coins? I took a look. Old Song, you're not honest. I'll give you 200 gold coins. Another merchant came over. Immortal mushroom? You're giving such a price? 300 gold coins. Another person came over to take a look. The little girl was excited. The little boy revealed a happy expression. A farmer from the Li family Zhuangzi came over to the two children and squatted down to ask, "How much does it cost to cure your parents' illness?" 12 gold coins. They need to eat ginseng. The little girl said. The farmer immediately shouted, "What? 12 gold coins? Which doctor treated them? Does he know how to treat illnesses?" The little girl jumped in fright, but spoke up for the person who treated the illness. Medical doctor, he wouldn't lie. "Oh, so it's a medical doctor from the Imperial Medical Department. 12 gold coins," the farmer said loudly. At the same time, he shook his head as if he had too much money. "You're giving 100 gold coins. You know that it's good, but you're still so stingy. I'm 6 gold coins." Another merchant came over and shouted, 9 gold coins. Everyone give us some face. A merchant revealed an anxious expression. Don't talk nonsense. This is 9 gold coins. I'm 11 gold coins. I've added 2 gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to compete with me? 13 gold coins. I'm taking it today. 15 gold coins. If there's anything higher than me, you can take it. No one made a sound. Guan Xiao temporarily became the auctioneer. 15 gold coins. These mushrooms are 15 gold coins. Is there a higher price? 15 gold coins for the first time. Everyone knows how good these mushrooms are. 15 gold coins for the second time. Don't you understand? 15 gold coins for the third time. Congratulations, congratulations, shopkeeper Lu. I'll give it to you. 15 gold coins. Shopkeeper Lu happily took the basket and ran to find someone to bring the money over. Bolts of silk were sent over. The two children clearly couldn't take them back. Guan Xiaotan said to the two of them, "Give me the prescription. I'll ask someone to go back to Zhuangzi to buy medicine for you. It's cheaper. I'll go home and get it. These." The little girl was a little scared. She was afraid that she would lose So much money. Send it back and pack it with some steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and soup. Guan Xiaotan shouted. 6 people stepped forward to help carry the food boxes and the silk, and they took the 2 children away. The commoners who came to eat and the people who were preparing to go to work kept watching without making a sound. When the merchant called out the price, some people turned their heads to wipe away their tears. Zhang Sun Xian stared fixedly and suddenly said, "You can help the people of the world." "I can only help the person in front of me," Guan Xiaotan retorted. "What about more people? You're not going to help?" Zhang Sun Xian was unconvinced. "I'm waiting for you, patrol inspector, to help me. I'm just a farmer, and I can only do this much. You're just a 5th-rank official. What have you done?" Guan Xiaotan continued to argue, not giving any face at all. Do you believe that if you say one more word, I'll tell Dongzhu?" Guan Xiaotan didn't wait for the other party to finish and retorted again. "Humph, I won't lower myself to your level." Zhang Sun Xian compromised. It wasn't because of Li Yi, but because of the commoners who stood up and looked like they were about to rush up. Some held chopsticks in their hands, while others squatted down to pick up stones. Zhang Sun Xian wanted to cry. She wanted to go home. Lantian County wasn't as beautiful as she thought. "Everyone, don't get up. Sit down. This person actually has good intentions. He wants us to carry out the good deed to the end. This is called provocation." Guan Xiaotan finally spoke up at the crucial moment. The master said, "This is Empress Wang's brother-in-law. My family's Dongzhu has interacted with His Majesty and Empress Wang. On the 15th day of the 1st month, His Majesty personally made him an official. We're a family. Put down the stones. Don't think about smashing the bowls. Bowls are also money. Chopsticks. Take the chopsticks again. Do you still want to grind the chopsticks? Let's eat. Today, I'll give each of you 100 boiled egg. It's free. I'm also happy to help the siblings." Only then did the people who wanted to deal with Zhang Sun Xian sit back down. They used practical actions to teach Zhang Sun Xian what it meant to win the hearts of the people and the world. Zhang Sun Xian was like a quail at this moment. She was sullen and depressed. It was too uncomfortable. She was scared. It was too scary. Guan Xiaotan came over and said in a low voice, "Inspector Zhang Sun, last night you didn't care about tiredness and personally inspected the construction site. You accidentally left something behind." As he said this, he passed a stack of blueprints that Li Yi sent to Zhang Sun Xian. "What is it?" Zhang Sun Xian thought it would be something like an Eastern pearl. In the end, she saw that it was a book. Her mood became worse. Guan Xiaotan went back to eat. He didn't care anymore. He cupped his fists towards the other merchants. The merchants all laughed. The merchant who spent $15 to buy a pile of mushrooms waved his hand. What he meant was, "Don't give me money. I'm happy today. Do I need $15? The merchants were in a good mood. The Li family Zhuangzi's work was indeed close to the people. Working with such a person, there was no need to worry. The master took the mushrooms in the basket and said to the merchant who spent $15, "I'll make mushroom meat sauce for you. It'll be made with the pork ribs." "Master, you've worked hard." The merchant cupped his fists. Zhang Sun Xian watched from the side. She finally knew the situation in Lantian County. A large group of Chang'an's powerful merchants came over and listened to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then the Li family Zhuangzi gave various benefits to the local people. In the Yamen, there were 3 Li family Zhuangzi scholars. In addition, Li Yi previously gave food to the people who ran out of Lantian County. He also arranged for the people of Lantian County to be taken care of and sent back to Zhuangzi and Luoyang. Lantian County was Li Yi's world. However, there were still a few big families. As long as they could contact them. "Xiaotan, is Li Dongzhu busy?" "My 2 children want to go, especially the eldest one, Sin Er. He's shouting for cows." There are cows at home, but he still shook his head. Your Zhuangzi has a lot of cows. Ask around. If you can go and take a look. The Su family's people came. Su Guanlan, the only child of the 5th generation, came over with her 2 children. The eldest son could walk and jog previously. The second son, Qian could now run. The 2 brothers ran hand in hand and then found a place to sit down and communicate with each other. The adults couldn't understand at all, but the 2 brothers chatted very well. Yesterday, the eldest son shouted, "Cow, cow, cow, cow," and was unhappy. Su Guanlan felt that the Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of cows or the child was sick. No matter which one it was right to send them over. Zhuangzi doesn't matter if he's busy or not. He'll go in a while. Dongzhu is there, so there's no need to worry. Guan Xiaotan waved his hand at the 2 children. The 2 brothers stood there hand in hand. When they saw Guan Xiaotan waving his hand, they also raised their empty hand and waved it. Zhang Sun Xian lowered his head to eat again and gave up. The Su family in Lantian County was the most powerful. The Li family Zhuangzi had such a relationship. The children wanted to go and play. Zhang Sun Xian found that he couldn't find a breakthrough and lowered his head to look at the booklet. Oh, there's such a good thing. Casually assembled to sit on a chair. This is a bed. Qiangong step bed. How is it possible? It's too beautiful. Who drew this picture? Oh, I drew it. Yes, I left something behind. Oh, I've already thought of this kind of assembled chair. Especially this bed that looks like a house. It's me. After Zhang Sun Xian saw the drawings and instructions of the Qiangong step bed, he shouted. The surrounding people all looked at him. They were looking at this powerful patrol inspector. Chapter 430. Dongzhu, if you're in a hurry, we can make it in half a month. Actually, 10 days is enough, but it needs to be painted. It takes 5 days for the paint to dry. This needs at least 3 coats of paint. Dongzhu, your design is good. It's grand. Otherwise, it can't show off our Li family Zhuangzi's ability. After the woodworkers looked at the blueprint Li Yi gave them, they evaluated it and gave them the progress. There's no hurry. It's my first time making it. Consider it as accumulating experience. Li Yi was indeed not in a hurry. He didn't expect Zhang Sun Xian to make the Qiangong step bed in a short time. If Zhang Sun Xian was in Chang, and she might be able to make it in a month, but in Lantian County, the blueprint he gave Zhang Sun Xian was the overall blueprint of the outside. It was divided into several angles and the layout inside. In addition to the above blueprint, he also gave the Zhuangzi workshop an exploded diagram. Before lunch, the 2 little guys from the Su family came. When the eldest brother was led to Li Yi, his big eyes were bright and he stomped his little feet and laughed. Obviously, he didn't forget Li Yi and recognized him. He turned his head to look at the layout of Zhuangzi. He let go of his father's hand and clapped his 2 little hands. Familiar. This place was also familiar. He was inexplicably happy. The second brother also looked up at Li Yi. It seemed that the scene that night had left a deep impression on him. He also recognized Li Yi. He moved his legs a few times and got closer to Li Yi. He tilted his head and thought about something. His brother ran away again. He didn't want to think about it and turned to chase. Su Guanlan and his wife thanked Li Yi again. Li Yi didn't save a child, but a whole family. Su Guanlan also thanked Li Yi for giving him a copy of Zhuangzi's professor's textbook and the class notes of a few outstanding students. After reading those things, he realized how rich the Li family Zhuangzi was. Physics, chemistry, mathematics, astronomy, and geography were all taught. As for the books, such as the 4 books and 5 classics, they were all marked with punctuation and annotations. Note, generally speaking, is the explanation, how to understand. Just this bed alone was enough to make him famous. However, Zhuangzi was just showing it to the students. Sun has been calling for cows. There's a cow at home, but he doesn't like it. Su Guanlan explained. I forgot. The other toys were sent over, but not the bull. It was just a wooden calf with a small stool in the middle. He sat inside, and the adults rocked back and forth, and the child liked the rocking. Zhuangzi has made many kinds of rocking chairs for children to play with. Li knew what a cow was. The little girl wanted to rock the cow's chair the most. As he spoke, he brought the couple over. By the time he found the two children, they were already sitting there swaying. The two women on Zhuangzi looked after them, and the children laughed as they were swayed. Dong Zhu, a villager from Lantian County, came to Li Yi's side. He handed over a prescription. In the morning, there were two siblings. He told Li Yi what had happened and let him look at the prescription. Good, well done. You can't save everyone, but at least you have to help those around you. Call a few imperial physicians from Zhuangzi and get the medicine from the ordinary pharmacy according to the prescription. The imperial physicians will go over and take a look. We don't want the money. Both husband and wife are sick and their work is delayed. 15 taels could help them get through this difficult period of time. If their family needs to farm and doesn't have cows, lend them 2 cows. Lend the cows according to the rules and raise them well. Li Yi looked at the prescription and arranged it. The villager went to find people. Soon, imperial physicians came out and put the 2 cows on the carriage. They will take the cow cart. When the time comes, the cows will be lent to the family, and the carriage will also be lent. Turning his head, Li Yi looked at the children playing with the rocking chairs, and suddenly thought of something. We can make a merry-go-round, powered by water. Put a paddle below, and when the water rushes, it will spin. Then, a picture appeared in Li Yi's mind. The middle shaft of the merry-go-round was covered with gears. Then there was another gear that was at a 90-degree angle and meshed with this gear. Add a shaft behind the gear, and the shaft was connected to a joint connecting rod. As it spun, the merry-go-round would move up and down. The structure wasn't complicated, but it needed to use metal gears. The shaft could be made of strong wood, including the connecting rod. Brother Su and sister-in-law, take the children to play. I will go and draw. Li Yi didn't accompany them. He wanted to quickly make fun children's toys. On the other side, in Lantian County, Zhang Senexen was still in a state of excitement. He thought that he could make this Qiangong step bed and give it to Her Majesty. The idea was good, but the reality was that he couldn't find craftsmen. The servant ran to find people, but the craftsmen all ran to the drunken immortal house to work. Carpenters, bricklayers, stonemasons, bricklayers, anyone with a bit of skill was there. Those who weren't good enough took on other jobs in the county and were busy all day. Use that tune. It's time for them to work. Zhang Sun Xian thought of the tune in the rent tune. Every citizen should have 20 days of voluntary work. The county magistrate was cooperative and arranged for the yamen runners to find the craftsmen. When the yamen runners came back, they brought back the silk given by each craftsman for 20 days. They couldn't be transferred and had to pay. The craftsmen didn't pay much. 1 day in the drunken immortal house was equivalent to 5 days of work. A year of 20 years was just 4 days of work. If they gave it, they would continue to make a lot of money. The county magistrate happily put the money in the treasury. He finally had something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money for daily office expenses. Zhang Sun Xian watched the money move in and prepare to use it in the yamen. He could only stare. He wanted to go back to Chang'an. There were many craftsmen there, but if he went back, he would be considered absent without leave. There was something good in front of him, but he couldn't make it. What should he do? Spend money, spend a lot of money. Send someone to Chang and to find craftsmen and the craftsman union. The concubine suggested, spend my own money. Zhang Sun Xian was distressed. How much would it cost to make such a big bed, wood, and wages? If he made it for the emperor, the wood for a bed would cost thousands of pieces. He would make one for the emperor first. He didn't need good wood. 100 pieces should be enough. The craftsman's wages, thousands of pieces. Zhang Sun Xian said. Hearing the name, thousands of pieces represented 1,000 days. If 100 craftsmen worked for 10 days, they would have to be familiar with the work. If 100 craftsmen had never made such a thing before, they would have to work for a month. In a month, it would be another 100 pieces, and they would have to provide food and lodging. Go to Chang, and find good carpenters. Zhang's son Xian ordered the servant. The servant hesitated and said, "All the carpenters of the Craftsman Union went out to dig wells. We can only find those who are good and don't belong to the Craftsman Union." "Find them." Zhang's son Xian gritted his teeth. Carpenters who didn't belong to the Craftsman Union had excellent skills and were even more expensive. The servant went. At night, he came back with 16 carpenters. Only 16 people, 500 pieces per day. After the 16 people finished looking at the pictures, they discussed with each other and found Zhang's son, Hexen. "Inspector Zhang's son, we've seen it. This bed for us, it will take 3 months. We have to think about it as we build it." Fang Hui, the temporary leader of the carpenters, gave the time. Numbers appeared in Zhang's son, Xian's mind. 16 times 500 was 8 pieces. Multiplying it by 90, it was 720 pieces. Chapter 431. Zhang's son Xian wanted to cry. He realized that if he really made the Qiangong step bed, he might have to spend 1,000 taels. 1,000,000 taels. How many times could he go to Pyongkong Square? He could buy 100 barrels of the best wine. How long could he drink it for? Make it. Zhang's son Xian gritted his teeth. If he couldn't take out 1,000 taels at once, he could make it first. He needed to save money and wait for the money to come back with interest. He also needed to wait for the court to give him his salary. He began to find people to buy wood. He didn't buy the best, but it wasn't too bad either. On the first day of June, Zhang's son Xian's Qiangong step bed project officially started. The 16 carpenters had been translating the data on the blueprint while waiting for the wood in the past few days. They knew where the blueprint came from. Only the Li family Zhuangzi used this kind of drawing method and numbers. They knew, but they weren't familiar with it. Today, the Li family Zhuangzi square was more lively than usual. There was a water wheel placed horizontally on the canal that flowed down from the imperial plantation in the north. There were 10 animals on top of the water wheel. There were seats for children on the animals. At this moment, the water wheel was stuck with a pin. Someone went up and pulled out the pin. The water wheel began to turn. As the water wheel spun, the 10 animals on top also moved up and down. After about a quarter of an hour, there were no problems. The adults jumped up and pulled the pin, stopping the water wheel. 10 little girls were selected and brought up. The adults put them on the animals and fastened the seatbelts. After pulling out the pin, the adults ran down. Ha 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 ha, the children's laughter rang out. The other children on the plantation looked on enviously. There were even younger ones who were anxious. Songda shouted, "Make it again. This thing is simple. The first one is to try. The next one will be faster. The water flowing down the canal is still very fast. It can move the water wheel." The carpenters rushed to work. It was indeed easy to make. Hidden against visible, silent against noisy, willow shore against peach blossom, Oriole friends against yen friends, morning and evening against greeting. Li Yi stood on the shore and suddenly shouted along with the rhythm of the merry-go-round. The children on the merry-go-round immediately followed. Fish leaping marsh, he chung xian, drunken courage against chanting soul. The children on the shore didn't want to fall behind and shouted as well. Hearing the children's crisp and orderly voices, some of the villagers couldn't help but shed tears. In their opinion, their child would be successful in the future, so they had nothing to worry about. Even if they died now, they would have no regrets. Sometimes he would dream that he had returned to the past, and the current life was a dream. He would wake up in fright and break out in a cold sweat. His days in the past were muddle-headed. There was nothing to look forward to, but he was still alive. Li Qingqi also sighed with emotion as he watched from the side. "Brother Yi, even the things you make for children are different from others. Give me the drawings. There is a lot of water in Chang, and We can do it by the river. He wanted the blueprints so that the Craftsmen's Alliance could make them. Big brother, it's done. Do you charge for it? If there was no charge, the children would not come down. Children from poor families are reluctant to pay for it. Li got to the point. The children of the rich played while the children of the poor watched. Withdraw. Li Qingqi replied after pondering for a moment. He continued, if your family is not rich, you can play once in a while. 1 coin for a quarter of an hour. I have an idea. The children of the capital magistrate's office will go to the government schools. They will be tested every 10 days. The children who are given an excellent grade will have 10 chances in the next 10 days. Each time, they will be given a quarter of an hour. I, Zhuangzi, can even sell snacks in every place. If the children are given an excellent grade, they will be given 10 free meals worth 2 coins. Li Yi gave a solution. Poverty was not a problem. He would give them a chance. The tests were all based on the progress of each child. As long as the children worked hard and got an excellent grade, they would play for free. If they could not even do this, they could only watch others play. It was not worth being pitiful. Good, that's great. Yes, I will find someone to arrange it and discuss it with the government schools and families. If there are teachers who help to cheat, they will cancel the quota for the first school. However, Brother Yi, you will have to spend money again. There are a lot of children. Li Qingqi praised Li Yi again. A child's food worth 50 coins for 10 days. Of course, the capital was not that much, but there were a lot of children. I don't care about other places, but for the capital office, I will be given 20 coins every day for every child you build. It doesn't count if there is a strong wind or a heavy rain. Li Yi turned around and asked for money. Why should he give things to others for free? Li Qingqi paused for a moment and then smiled. Okay, I believe that ordinary people can't afford to build them. They are all built by my alliance. Here is the money. Li Qingqi took the blueprint and left. He had to be quick. Otherwise, he would not be able to play when winter came. Li Yi asked people to make snacks. The popcorn boiler was already built. There was no pressure gauge, but there was time. It could be popped in about time. It was more convenient than stir-frying. If they couldn't find corn, they could pop rice, millet, sorghum rice, and soybeans. The popcorn machine could also be used to stir-fry vegetables, such as chicken. When the chestnuts were harvested, they could be used to stir-fry them. When the time was about right, they could be slowly released. In addition to these, there were shaved ice shabu-shabu, dried fruits. There were also fried sandwiches, shrimp strips made of yam, and shrimp slices made of starch. There were also mixed tofu skins with cold noodle soup. There were also smoked, dried tofu rolls and dried tofu that was not very salty. Anyway, there were many snacks that the children liked. Sell these things wholesale to others. If they can't be sold, take them back. In addition, I will design a way to try it in the paper-making workshop. After Li Yi arranged to make snacks, he returned to the courtyard to think about how to make a simple watermark. When making paper, he used the water curtain to scoop up the pulp and then dry it. He added protrusions on the water curtain. When the pulp was scooped up, it would be thinner than other places after drying. It would be a watermark. Li Yi thought of taking out an extra thing. When the water curtain scooped up the pulp once, he would put this thing on it and scoop it up again. When it dried, the paper would be thicker. There would be something sandwiched between the 2 layers. There was a protrusion. When he looked at it against the light, it would be dark. The thing that he put in could be made with wood shavings and glue and made in a mold. I also need a set of copper engraving plates for printing and coloring. Yes, that's it. Li decided. He began to draw. The picture of the exchange coupon used in Zhuangzi had to be beautiful and complicated. When he was carving and turning the mold, the masters would have to worry more. When he finished drawing, the sky was already dark. There were mountains and rivers, red flowers, green willows, and birds on the page. Actually, Li Yi drew it according to the photos of Zhuangzi's surroundings on the hot air balloon. There were the words 1 coin, 2 coins, 5 coins, and she coins. He took it out and went to the printing workshop to hand it to the craftsman. 9 colors coloring. I need 9 plates. You guys will have to work hard, Li Yi said to the workshop leader. The workshop leader took a look and took a deep breath. Dongzhu, don't worry. It's just that it's a little thin. We will change the mold and adjust it slowly. If it's not done well, we will scrap it. Now, the colored ink in the workshop has been prepared. When there are advertisements in the future, we will print them in the newspapers. The craftsman gave an answer, and Li Yi was relieved. The ink could be used. He even tried to print it a few times. The results were very good. It's just that there were no advertisements. It was too expensive to use colored ink. When there were advertisements, the advertisements would need to be marked with colored ink and cost more. Chapter 432. I feel like something big is about to happen. In the Government Affairs Hall, Yao Chong spoke as the 3 prime ministers were eating lunch together. What is it? Zhang Shuo asked. I don't know. Yao Chong shook his head. I only know that Li family Zhuangzi has been too quiet these days. Isn't he looking for ores, mining and collecting stones? He doesn't care about the gold mine. Lu Huaishan proved that Zhuangzi wasn't idle. No, drunken immortal residence doesn't count. There's something else. Yao Chong was sure that his 6th sense wasn't wrong. Zhang Shuo swallowed a mouthful of chicken. The newspaper is selling at a loss, but we still print an extra 300,000 copies every day and send them down the river. The people we sent were smart people who lived outside the river. The farmers didn't go. Oh, I know. In a few days, the capital government will advertise. This is a big deal. Prime Minister Yao is amazing. Is that so? Yao Chong was doubtful. Thinking about it, it made sense. Advertising made money. How much did it cost to advertise in the capital government? Once the Li family's Zhuangzi successfully advertised in the capital, they could set up a branch in other places that delivered newspapers and advertise as well. I heard that many students practice writing on the back of the newspaper in order to save money. It's worth it to read and write for 3 coins. Lu Huaishan picked out the good news to show that Li Yi was helping the students again. It's a pity that I didn't ask him if he could quickly weave mats. Yao Chong regretted. He was sick. He always had to find things for Li Yi. In the past, he could go to Zhuangzi, but now he couldn't. It was annoying. Li Yi in Zhuangzi wasn't annoying. He had invented something small that could be turned into something big. He used a flatbed cart to carry a big bucket. There was a pressure well above it, but it was different from a water well. It was more tightly sealed. The outlet was a small bamboo pipe that was connected to the bucket. When the person above pressed down, the water sprayed out. It sprayed far away, just like a toy water gun. In Zhuangzi, it was used to cool the cement road. It was too hot. The soles of people's feet would be scalding if they walked on them with shoes on, let alone the hooves of animals. After practicing the iron palm and coming into contact with the hot cement road, Mahi was unwilling to go up. Li Yi felt that it was too slow, so he turned around and asked the workshop to make a water gun. When Li Qingqi saw it, he was stunned for a moment before he ran over and pressed it himself. He only stopped when there was only the bottom of the bucket of water left, and he could no longer suck it in. He found Li Yi and asked, "Little brother, Yi, do you know what this thing that can move water pressure can do?" Li Yi looked at Li Qingqi and said, "Let's have a water fight. 1 for you, 1 for me. Let's spray each other." "Think of another one," Li Qingqi urged. The streets in Chang and are paved with stone slabs, and it's hot in summer. It's strenuous to pour water on people to cool them down. It's better to drag them with a big wooden bucket. Li Yi gave another use for it. We've already pierced a hole in the wooden bucket and plugged it first. When we're walking, we pull the plug out and pour water on the way. Li Qingqi emphasized, "You're the one who's pouring water. Do you think everyone is so stupid? When you're skating in Zhuangzi in winter, you use this method to pour water on the ice." Li Yi stopped joking and said, "We can make a bigger one. It needs dozens of people to operate it to extinguish the fire. I still have a few things that can assist in extinguishing the fire. It doesn't need many people. One person can operate it, and 3 or 4 people can operate it." As Li Yi spoke, he brought Li Qingqi to the side. There was a bucket with a bamboo pipe on top of it, and there were other pipes inside. Then it was sealed with hemp and oil paste. Below the bamboo pipe was a one-way valve. There was also a one-way valve on top of it. When the pipe was pulled out, the water in the bucket would flow into the pipe. When the pipe was retracted again, the water would be blocked by the one-way valve and spurt out from the top. If the seal was not good enough, the air would still flow in, but it could be spurted out. Of course, if the front of the pipe was short, it could also be blocked with hands. Or there could be a place in the middle that could be pinched flat. When the water was sucked, it could be pinched and released when the water pressure was released. Another one was for 2 people to press down with a bar, and one person was responsible for holding the direction of the pipe. When the pressure was applied, the water would spurt out. The water would be bigger and farther than the amount of water used by one person. The third one was a syringe made of bamboo. When the water was pumped out, it could be pushed. At that time, Li Yi was playing with a small plastic water gun, but he had enlarged it. Make the pressure one bigger. Dozens of people press it together. It can make the water spurt as high as several floors. There is a lot of water. Li Yi took out a water hose used in the Qing dynasty. The current fire extinguishing tool was a thick bamboo pipe that was 10 feet long, and a big water sack was sealed with leather. When extinguishing the fire, the bamboo pipe was inserted into the water sack and the mouth was tightly held. When the others pressed the water sack together, the water would spurt out. Li Qingqi only nodded. This thing was good. It could be used with several kinds of things. If there was a fire in Chang, and it would be much more convenient to save people. While he was pondering, Li Yi's voice sounded again. But there must be a water source. It's best to make a big vat to fill with water and cover it. In the winter, wrap it with cloth. If there is ice, knock it off and boil water to defrost it. It may look expensive, but it's better than burning down the house and people. Li Yi found that the layout of Chang'an was good. There were many squares. Each square was equipped with a few big vats. It didn't matter in the summer, but it could keep people warm in the winter. Yes, Li Qingqi came back to his senses. He called someone to carry the things and ran away. He only left a sentence, "I won't be back tonight." Li Yi asked someone to bring out another one and continued to cool the cement road. Not only did they have to lower the temperature in Zhuangzi, but the road from Zhuangzi to Chunming Gate was also paved with cement. The mud road was left on the side for livestock without nail paws to walk on. The road was also hot. The farmers drove their carriages out and sprayed a bucket of water. When they came back, they would fill it up and spray it with another carriage. There were no water pumps or fire belts. Otherwise, the water would be pumped in the murky river. The big wooden bucket made of wood could hold 2 tons of water. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy enough, and there were many oxen and horses at the same time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to spray this part of the road. "Where did you get the water?" A passerby saw it and asked curiously. "The water from the well is cool," the farmer answered. "Let me wash my hands and drink a mouthful. I'm dying of thirst." Nowadays, people say that the river water is not clean. The passerby came over and stretched out his hand. After washing his hands, he held the water and drank it. He also washed his face. "Let me try." After drinking enough, the passerby made a new request. He worked for a while and took 2 deep breaths. "It's good to extinguish the fire. Use the cart to carry the big bucket. Once you reach the place, the water will spray out." On the way to the city gate, there were people washing their hands and drinking water from time to time. They also said that they could put out the fire. The people were not stupid. They knew the use of these things. Li Qingqi returned to the palace with the things and asked someone to fill the bucket with water. He placed it at the gate of Xingqing Palace and pressed it down. Li Longji, the the palace maids and eunuchs, all came out to see. When they heard the news, a group of people from the nearby political affairs hall also came. Look, it's for a water fight. One for each person. Spray at each other. It's hot in summer and cool in winter. It can also lower the temperature of the roads in Chang. And it's better than splashing water with a basin. Li Qingqi repeated Li Yi's words. Yao Chong took a pump, sucked the water, and pressed it against another place. The water flew out 7 to 8 feet away. He pumped again. This is good stuff. It's simple to make. As long as there are enough people, it can put out a fire on the second floor. Zhang Shua added, ordinary people can prepare too. Wherever there's a fire, they can all go and help. Chapter 433. Yao Chong and the other two returned to the political affairs hall. Many parts of their clothes were wet. The three of them did not care. On the contrary, they seemed very excited. Yuanji was right. Li really did come up with something new. Lu Huaishan affirmed Yao Chong's previous words. Yes, Yuanji is amazing. Zhang Shua added. Yao Chong himself was at a loss. So that's how it is. I was wondering why I suddenly had a special feeling. A tool to put out a fire was indeed a good thing. It was normal. After a few days, it would be strange if Li Yi did not come up with something. He hurriedly sent a document to the state government of the Tang dynasty with drawings and instructions so that they could continue to send it out. It was not easy for the people to make other things. Pump cylinders were simple. Each family could make 2 and keep them ready. Oh, children could also be used to play and fight water battles. Before night fell, notices were posted all over Chang and city, and they were posted in every square. The instructions to make pump cylinders were written on them. A bamboo tube, a bamboo piece, or a wooden piece, similar to the inner ring of the bamboo tube. The back of the tube was connected to a bamboo pole or a wooden stick. A short wooden stick was placed horizontally to make it easier to hold. The front end was placed in the water. Pull the stick, draw water into the cylinder, and press down hard. The water would shoot out very far. The introduction was very straightforward. The people who helped read it even gestured. The people saw that some families could make it themselves and prepared to make it the next day. Those who did not have the tools at home planned to ask someone to make a few. The 3 trade unions gave a price of 2 coins each. Those who wanted to buy could go and buy it. This thing is good. It's useless for one person to put out a fire. If there are many people, everyone can put out the water together. It can spray from the roof. I wonder who made it. It's amazing. It's a great help to us. Li family Zhuangzi. During the day, someone saw them use a big bucket of water to spray the road. Otherwise, the cement road would be too hot. It can't be wrong. Ask around tomorrow. The Li family Zhuangzi has given out too many good things. Otherwise, why would the imperial court give him a 3rd rank official? 3rd rank is too low. It should be 5th rank. The commoners chatted. When someone said that rank 5 was higher than rank 3, everyone automatically dispersed. They did not want to talk to idiots. 3 days later, the first batch of 40 merry-go-rounds was completed. The members of the trade union were brought to various rivers of various sizes. There were also canals in the city with sufficient water flow and flow. They assembled wooden horses, wooden cows, wooden tigers, big rabbits, and other animals. They moved up and down as the water flowed. 1 coin can let the child play for 15 minutes. If you want to play, come here and pay. The person in charge of collecting money shouted. 2 people in a group. They were all people who were not in good health and could not work hard. It was similar to watching people sell herbal tea by the river. They were responsible for collecting money and then paying wages. They were not allowed to bring any money with them. Someone was in charge of searching them. There was a box next to him. He threw the money he collected into the box and searched his body again at night after he got off work. He also told them that there would be people patrolling. If they found out that they didn't put the money in the box in time and put it on themselves, they would be fired. Then he arranged for someone to sell popcorn and other snacks at the side. He would take over from the Li family Zhuangzi. The children of rich families quickly fell in love with this merry-go-round. They could even buy snacks. The children brought their own money. They did not accept it or allow it. They were afraid that the children would steal the family's money. The children who did not have money watched from the side. They watched others play and eat. At noon, while they were eating, Yao Chong and the others ran to a merry-go-round to take a look. These children are so pitiful, especially those from poor families who haven't reached school age. Zhang Shua shook his head when he saw that the children could only watch from the side. Isn't it the same when we eat in the Eastern and Western markets? Lu Huaishan didn't think much of it. This should be something that Li Yi and Zhuangzi gave to the children to play with. King Song actually used it to earn money. The children with money can play, but the other children can only watch. Sigh. Yao Chong criticized King Song. He felt that this would cause the children of poor families to hate the rich. At this moment, Li Qingqi sent someone to tell the officials about Li Yi's idea. If the children wanted to play but had no money, they could study hard and get an A grade. Naturally, they would be able to play and eat for free. If the officials felt that it was good, this should be the case. Otherwise, the children wouldn't be motivated. Furthermore, the children of rich families would also work hard. Others could play for free, but they could spend money to play. It was different. Just like Li Yi's little red flower, the children who did well in their exams would be rewarded with notebooks and pens. The children of rich families lacked pens and notebooks. If they couldn't get them, they would be indignant. The next day, when Yao Chong and the others learned about it, their words were different. This is still acceptable. It's good to give the children a chance to learn how to study hard, Yao Chong praised. It's Li Yi's idea. He sure is willing to spend money. Zhang Shou expressed his views on Li Yi's willingness to give out snacks for free. Lu Huaishan pondered for a moment. If it's me, why don't we change it to paper, pen, and ink? The Li family Zhuangzi is omnipotent. They don't need to be too good. The children like to eat snacks. We'll wait for Her Majesty's money to come over and ask Her Majesty for an official's reward. Zhang Shua was thinking about Li Longji's money. The emperor had too much money, so he had to think of a reason to ask for it. I'm still a little uneasy. Yao Chong suddenly frowned. It was the water wheel last time, and it's still the water wheel this time. One is for firefighting, and the other is for amusement. Don't worry. Lu Huaishan comforted Yao Chong. UNG, you're thinking about the Li family Zhuangzi all day long, so you're thinking about other things. It's okay. Zhang Shua also persuaded. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Yao Chong closed his eyes and turned to go home. In the Honglu Temple, the people from the Fan Nation gathered together, each holding a pump in their hands. Bo Xie took a tube of water from the pump beside him and squeezed it out. This thing can be used to fight fires. It can also be used to pump oil from the top of the city wall. If it's used to spray people and throw torches, there will be a lot of casualties. He saw the military application of this thing. On flat ground, it can shoot out 70 to 80 feet, and even farther on the city wall. When using a basin to pour oil on a siege weapon, it can only be used when the distance is close. After pouring oil, it can be shot with a rocket. The others fiddled with it silently. After a while, Bo Xia mentioned the Li family Zhuangzi again. Someone saw the Li family Zhuangzi use a big barrel to fill water. It's like a pressure well, and the water can be forced out further. They might be able to spray the oil to the top of the city wall from the bottom of the city wall. When they make something that can spray hundreds of feet, they won't be able to fire rockets. If they rush up and shoot a rocket from the bottom of the city wall, a group of people will rush up and shoot a rocket from the bottom of the city wall. The soldiers on the city wall will suffer heavy casualties. How can the siege soldiers rush up when there's a fire? They can use sand to extinguish the oil fire. Moreover, they have a lot of cavalry. It's just a charge. The Tujue people didn't want to waste time on this aspect. The Tujue people counted on cavalry to fight. At this time, a person from a small tribe put down the pump. The Tang dynasty must have the things to put out the fire in Guangfa Prefecture. When they reach the county, they can get it if they want. Maybe they have it, but why can't we have it? We can grow beans and rape and prepare the oil. If it's winter, we can spray the water further and freeze the ground. The siege soldiers won't be able to stand steadily. At this time, Li Yi and the Zhuangzi didn't even think of using a water wheel to fill the oil to burn the enemy. He made a very small catapult himself and placed a firecracker in the ladle at the back. After lighting it, he pressed his finger in front of him, and the firecracker flew out and exploded in the air. The other one was twisted. First, he bent it, then put the firecracker on it and lit it. When he loosened his hand, the firecracker flew out. Li Qingqi squatted at the side and watched. He swallowed his saliva. Throw a lot of big firecrackers with gunpowder. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, please subscribe to Qidian and support us. Farmer will write well. Bao. Chapter 434. Now, Li Qingqi knew how to use gunpowder. In addition to making big skycracker monkeys, it could also be used in catapults. When attacking a city, the enemy could only use ballistas and catapults to fight against them. Brother E, make a big bag. Put some iron and ceramic pieces in it. Calculate the time and toss them up. Boom! One piece will fall. Li Qingqi didn't need Li Yi's introduction. He had already thought of it. It's good for defense. I designed a small catapult that can change direction. It's called whirlwind cannon. Li Yi said and turned around. Qing Song took out a few pieces of paper from his bag and handed them to Li Qingqi. Whirlwind cannon was a small catapult that could rotate 360 degrees and had wheels at the bottom. When defending a city, it could be thrown from a high position and the shooting range was longer than when thrown from the bottom. Whirlwind cannon had a fast firing speed, and it was easier to calibrate the direction and distance. It was a convenient weapon to attack the enemy. This was not the whirlwind cannon that was invented during the Three Kingdoms period. It relied on rotating centrifugal force to throw the cannon. It was developed during the Song dynasty to deal with the enemy's mobile troops, especially the cavalry. Fixed catapults were not used in that area. This catapult is good. It's not a spoon at the back, but a bag. If you miss, you can find the right position by turning it slightly. Li Qingqi admired the blueprint. It was simply a work of art. Li Longji came back a little late for dinner. He smelled good and went to take a bath first. The main dish for dinner was beggar's chicken. Zhuangzi killed a batch of chickens. If he didn't kill them, the meat would not be delicious. The chickens were too weak in the summer and could not produce as many eggs as their companions. Therefore, they were listed in the investiture of the gods. This kind of braised chicken had less water vapor and was not as hot as roasted chicken. Zhuangzi did not use the method of drinking the chicken alive. He put seasonings in the wine and made it into cooking wine. Then he poured the wine into the chicken, and the chicken would be drunk. At the same time, the blood would circulate and the seasonings would be absorbed more easily. Instead, he killed and bled the chicken as usual and kept the chicken blood and offal. The chicken head and claws were not put together, and the chicken tip was taken off. Then he put the seasonings into the stomach of the chicken, smeared the wine on it, and wrapped it in mud with lotus leaves. Next, he heated it slowly with charcoal in a big stove. He did not dig a hole to bury it. The top of the hole would take a long time to cook. A beggar's chicken was smashed open, and a fragrant smell came out. Li Longji tore off 2 wings and a chicken thigh for Empress Wang. Empress Wang did not use chopsticks. Instead, she grabbed it with her hands and took a big bite. It's delicious. This is the first time I've heard of it. You can even wrap a chicken in mud and cook it. Empress Wang was full of praise. We've harvested quite a lot of lotus leaves this year. They've all been dried in the shade. There are also some vegetables that have been made into dried plum vegetables. This year, the people of Chang earned a lot of money. It was written in the newspaper that everyone should collect more vegetables and dry them under the sun or in the shade. The price of salt this year was very low, and it would not rise again in the future. Let's talk about the people in other places later. Li Yi knew that many of the commoners did not have time and threw their time into the fields. There was a problem with the allocation of land. Each person was given so much land that they couldn't plan at all. They even had to collect rent according to Mu. If there was a tillering machine, a seeder, a combine harvester, or a small pesticide plane, it would be possible to plant 10,000 mu of land. Third brother, he took out something good today. Li Qingqi did not want to think about how the commoners would live. He had no choice. Something good? Li Longji repeated. Li Qingqi took out the blueprint and showed it to Li Longji. Pack the gunpowder and install a circle of sharp objects on the outside. Okay, can we install wheels underneath? It's easy to move and can be dragged along. It can cooperate with the army. Even if the infantry encountered the enemy cavalry, they would be able to fight. If they cooperate with the cavalry, it would be even more powerful. Li Longji quickly finished reading and had his own ideas about it. The whirlwind cannon was equipped with wheels underneath and could be dismantled. It was a carriage that could pull itself. If it was pulled by livestock, it could also bring some of the provisions. 1 or 2 of them might not be useful, but hundreds and thousands of them would make a difference. There's a lot of saltpeter in Shu County, so we need to increase the mining. There are also livestock pens, latrines, and places for composting. We can use the soil to make saltpeter. The proportion of saltpeter in the black gunpowder was large and the consumption was high. If the commoners helped to collect the saltpeter, there would be a lot of it. Good idea. I will write a letter to the imperial court and the commoners to buy it. War is money. Li Longji finally said a famous sentence. Gunpowder was useful, but it also cost a lot of money. Brother Yi, don't sell the firecrackers and fireworks. Keep them and use them in the war. Li Longji also talked to Li Yi about the strategic reserve. Well, don't sell the firecrackers. Zhuangzi is not short of money. Li Yi agreed. If a beautiful firework could be exchanged for an enemy's life, it would be a pity to keep it for fun. In Li Yi's view, black gunpowder was a transitional product. He could produce nitroglycerin now. As long as he was willing, he could make most of the gunpowder with the help of the equipment in the hospital. But it was meaningless. The gunpowder was enough for the war. He planned to use the rest for mining and road construction. Road construction was not only for trade, but also for the stability of the country. From Chang and to Laizhou, the road conditions were good. The cavalry could reach in half a month, which was different from the army that could not reach in 3 months. Li Longji did not expect his brother Yi to be so good at saving people and killing people. He had so many skills. He was in a good mood, thinking about the large number of war weapons that would be sent to the border. Some of them would be used in the city to guard against the Turks. Most of them would be carried to fight against the Tubo. Empress Wang was also interested. She wiped her hands and took a look. This small catapult, when operated by a few people and used gunpowder, is much more powerful than the ballista. The ballista only has a long range and cannot be used in large quantities. It is not easy to transport, especially the arrows. For this arrow, the range and flying stability are the most important. If it can hit the enemy and be difficult to pull out, it will be even better. Empress Wang was indeed from a family of generals. She spent all day thinking about this. Li Yi was stunned for a moment and said, "There is a type of arrow that uses wood as its feather and has a thin iron bar in the middle. It is very sharp. Because it is made of wood, it can fly further. After it hits the enemy, the front part will enter the body. The back part will fall off and break if you pull it out. The front part is still in the body and can only be cut open and pulled out with pliers." He mentioned another item from the Song dynasty, the wooden feather arrow. The body of the wooden feather arrow should have 3 parts. The front part was made of metal, the middle part was made of bamboo, and the back part was made of metal with small wooden wings. If the back part is too light, the arrow will sink and it will be difficult to fly. The middle part is made of bamboo or wood. After it hits the enemy, a part of it will enter the body. It is attached to the front and back. When it is pulled out, the front part will be in the body. The arrow is thin, the head is hard, and it can pierce through armor. Uncle, draw it out and let us see. Empress Wang did not want to eat anymore. Li Yi could only find an empty table and sit there to draw the structure. There were a total of 4 parts: the front, middle, and back of the arrow shaft, plus the small wooden wings next to it. This was the ancient armor-piercing bullet. After it was shot, the useless parts would fall off and only the last part would enter the body. Li Qingqi saw it and muttered, This is too sinister. Good stuff. Li Yi drew another one. Actually, this wooden feather can be made into a spiral shape. It will spin faster and more stable when it flies out. It will also increase the penetration power when it hits the target. Chapter 435. Li Longji and the other 2 looked at the drawing and didn't know what to say. Empress Wang casually said something, and Brother Yi gave her the method. Sure enough, there was an answer to every question. Spinning isn't easy, right? Li Qingqi tried to find something he could show off. Make one first. It'll take some effort. I'll measure and calculate. Then turn the mold over and insert the wooden feather into the mold. There will be traces. Carve according to the traces. This needs to be calculated. Otherwise, it won't be stable enough. I'll do the first one. Li Yi was ready to calculate the arc of the spiral, draw it, carve, and turn the sand. He turned out a metal shell and inserted the wooden feather into it. He could paint the protruding parts of the shell with ink. If it wasn't convenient to insert the feather, he could divide the shell into 2 and put it against the wooden feather to leave traces. The wooden feather was then taken out and manually carved according to the lines. It was difficult. Making an arrow, even a feather, was difficult. The requirements were very high. It wasn't as simple as just taking a feather. Li Longji looked at the drawing and listened to Li Yi's explanation. He couldn't help but have goosebumps. Just as Li Qingqi said, the front part of the arrow would be left in the body. He could only cut a hole, find the tail, clamp it with pliers, and pull it out. Li Longji looked at his brother Yi again. What kind of person was he? When someone offended him and fell ill, he knelt on the ground to save them. How magnanimous was he! Yet, when it came to war, he took things out. There were even such deceptive arrows. Li Yi continued, the front part of the arrow doesn't need to be polished so well. Put some water on the back of the arrowhead and let it rust. If the wound is deep and rusty, it's easy to get tetanus. Currently, only I can treat tetanus. There's still a price to pay. I know the production process of tetanus vaccine, but I need more equipment. I can't do it now. Li Yi was helpless. If he couldn't do it, then he couldn't do it. Then he said, but I will provide medical alcohol to the frontline soldiers. Don't drink it, although it can be drunk. If you encounter the same wound, endure the pain and wash it repeatedly. Bring soap and wash the wound first. This is better than alcohol. It won't hurt as much. After repeatedly washing with soap and water, and then washing with alcohol, it can save a person's life to a large extent. Then the soap can't be sold outside, and the soap can't be sold either. I know that soap is made from soap, right, Uncle? When Empress Wang heard that the soap could save lives, she didn't want the enemy to use it. Okay, we won't export it. Yes, we won't sell it to outsiders. Li Yi also agreed. The newspaper said that soap could protect the wound to a certain extent. At the same time, if you eat something poisonous, you can drink it with soap water and spit it out, but remember not to choke yourself. In fact, it was still alcohol. Soap could only solve part of the problem. Most importantly, soap was not sold in large quantities and oil was needed. If you don't use oil, then use rosin, which is pine tree oil. Have you guys blown bubbles before? Use soapy water and a little glycerin to make bubbles. When Li Yi was thinking about making soap, he did not know why he thought of bubbles. It was fun. When making soap, glycerin would be separated. Adding glycerin to soap water would make the bubbles more stable. Because it was alkaline, if it was acidic, there would be no bubbles. Just like shampoo, it was better to use acidic shampoo to wash your hair every day. Alkaline shampoo was more irritating than acidic shampoo and had more bubbles. The three of them shook their heads blankly. Tomorrow night, I will make it for the children to play with. It will be interesting. Li Yi decided to add a new toy for the children in Zhuangzi. As soon as he spoke, the three of them were separated from the atmosphere of war. Li Qingqi drank a mouthful of wine and thought of Yao Chong. Brother Yi, is there a way to make the mats and curtains faster? He casually asked. Yao Chong's words had reached his ears. Weaving. Enlarge the loom. Weave the bamboo silk and straw on it. Remember to wear gloves to avoid scratching the bamboo. Li Yi didn't even need to think before giving the answer. How simple was that? Li Qingqi wanted to laugh. Was this the problem that Prime Minister Yao came up with to make things difficult for Brother Yi? I plan to wait for the migrant workers' houses to be built. After they move in, I will increase the labor-intensive industries. This is also one of them. Mass production will reduce the cost and the price will be low. In this way, other people will find it more cost-effective to buy it. They will buy it and save time to use it in other areas. Li Yi had already thought about it. He wanted to transform technology into productivity and increase the number of jobs, especially for those who did not have land. Uncle, when will we pay the taxes? Empress Wang thought of the financial income of her family in the Tang dynasty. Yes, after paying the taxes, they will not be a hidden household anymore. They will be registered again. In fact, they are willing to be registered again. Otherwise, their children will not be able to take the imperial examinations. When there is no hope in life, they do not care. They will live one day at a time. When they find out that they can live a good life and their children can learn knowledge, their thoughts will change. Li Yi talked about the household registration issue. In the past, he did not pay the rent for those people. In the future, when everyone has a stable job, they will still pay the rent. Then they will enter Chang, and no matter how many people there are, they will go to the other side of the river to build houses. It will not take up much land. The handicraft industry cluster. The things they make are more cost-effective than the things the people make themselves. The people buy them and use them. They save time to farm and raise silkworms. This is the division of industries. They will even help the people who farm, harvest, and threshing for a fee. The finer the division of industries, the better the social and economic development. Everyone will concentrate on their own things. Li Yi told these ideas to the three of them. The three of them did not care about the taste of the food. Li Longji even wanted to cry. He wanted to cry. He was so lucky to have a brother Yi. He directly gave the direction of the development of the Tang dynasty. Everything was so stable. He was not in a hurry. He was always pushing forward. When the internal stability was stable, he also provided external policies and strategies and weapons replacement. His family's ancestral grave was buried in the right place. He must have done a lot of good things in his previous life. His brother Yi could fight political battles, increase the production of farmland, make a lot of money by doing business, and do research for fortifications. He could train soldiers and provide weapons and good military rations such as dried meat floss and compressed biscuits for the soldiers. He could also talk about poetry with you, write lyrics and music, and enlighten and educate the people. He was also a good cook. If you were sick, he would treat you. That was close. Elder brother was not bad. He helped me find it. If this was in Tubo, the Turks, or even the Khitans, the result would be different. The Khitans were weak, but with Brother Yi they were not weak. Not to mention other things, just gunpowder and hot air balloons. He alone could fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Of course, 1,000,000 soldiers could not catch him. He had something that could fly, so he could just run away. Li Longji was glad. He no longer cared about Li Yi taking the imperial examinations and becoming the prime minister. Being the prime minister was not just about a lot of things. He was busy. Brother He was living a good life now. Why did he have to deal with trivial matters? It's just a small matter. What if I tire brother E out? Li Longji now felt that what Yao Chong and the others did was not a big deal. He wondered how the 3 prime ministers would feel if they knew. Chapter 436. After the meal, Li Yi went to calculate the data of the spiral diagram. He had forgotten some of the knowledge, so he had to think about it carefully and even flip through the books. Empress Wang went to feed the baby. The little guy woke up again, but his eyesight was still not good enough, so he felt helpless. He couldn't walk or turn over, so he had to rely on others to take care of everything, other than crying and monosyllabic sounds. He didn't know how to do anything else. Li Longji didn't have any memorials to approve today, so he left the simple matters to Gao Lisher. He and Li Qingqi brought 20 beggars' chickens to the Ba River Bridge to see the Qianyou guards. Their guards and the wing knights were in charge of protection. 2 hot air balloons floated in the sky, connected by ropes below. The wing knights said that they wanted to get used to the feeling of being at a height of 200 feet, such as sleeping. Li Longji thought that they were just enjoying the cool air because the ground was hot. There were no mosquitoes at 200 feet. Your Majesty, King Song. The Qianyou guards greeted Li Longji and Li Qingqi in a low voice when they saw them. Are there many mosquitoes? Is the food okay? Li Longji entered a shack, looked around, and asked. The shack was neat and tidy, just like the wing knights' tents. There was no mess. There are many mosquitoes, but we don't want to block the curtain, which will block the wind. Li Dongzhu by the river said that mosquitoes lay eggs in the water, especially in the grass. But the Zhuangzi gave us floral water and soap, so the mosquitoes won't bite us after we apply the floral water. When we're not paying attention, the smell will disperse. It's not bad to put soap water on the bitten area. There's no problem with the food. How can the Li family Zhuangzi's food be bad? They even gave us more food to bring back home. For those whose home is not here, they gave us jerky. Let's see who goes there and bring it back. The meat is not bad, and they also gave us sausages. If it rains, the Zhuangzi will send dry bedding and take away the wet ones to wash. The battalion commander guarding the bridgehead replied, saying that the Zhuangzi treated them very well. Is there an outsider spying on us? Li Longji reached out to touch the bedding. It was indeed dry, even if the riverside was damp. In response to your Majesty's question, yes, we do. We pretend to be passing by and occasionally take a glance before walking past. We have Li Dongzhu's glass binoculars so we can hide and watch. Those people don't even know how to change their clothes. Li Dongzhu gave us a booklet that was specially designed for spies. One is the hairstyle, the other is the clothes, but most importantly, the shoes. Many spies don't have time to change their shoes. The battalion commander smiled as he spoke. Li Longji also laughed. Hee brother E, you know everything. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought of changing shoes either. It's hot during the day. How can we avoid the heat? Li Qingqi asked. Let's go into the water. Li Zhuangzi gave us a ball made of pig's buttocks to soak in the water. He even gave her salt and vinegar, saying that there was no need to be anxious if she was bitten by a leech, and that she shouldn't use her hands to slap it. She put some salt, vinegar, toilet water, and soap water on it, and the leech fell down by itself. It's really useful. Some of us were worried that the leech would drill into our bodies. Li Dongzhu said that we can only eat it ourselves or take off all our clothes. It just so happens that the leech can find the right place to go in. We are all wearing the boxers given by Zhuangzi, so we can't get in. Even if it drill into that skin, yes, a section of skin, it's fine. Dongzhu said that the leech will die by itself. If the dead part of the leech develops pustules in the body, look for him and he will take care of it. The battalion commander looked relaxed when he said these words. He was not afraid. With the miracle doctor around, there was nothing to worry about. That thing can't drill into the body? Li Qingqi shuddered. He felt that the leech could drill into the body. Dongzhu said that we can only go in under special circumstances. If we go in, we will die. It said that if the leech is cut into many sections, new leeches will grow out from those sections. It's fake. We tried it before. We put water in a bowl and cut the leech into 2 sections. We also cut a few sections, but they didn't grow out. The battalion commander explained to Li Qingqi. He learned it from Zhuangzi. He even listened to the farmer's words and tried it himself. Li Longji nodded. He then looked at the other tents and instructed, "The combat strength of the Chang and guards is deteriorating. The Qianyu guards on the left and right are mostly used as ceremonial guards." When the Qianyu guards heard this, they wanted to defend themselves. However, when they saw the personal bodyguards and the winged knights around them, they remained silent. Li Longji continued, "Of course, the people chosen by the Qianyu guards are all tall and strong. Most of them are from aristocratic families. Why don't you take this opportunity to train with the winged knights?" Li Longji mentioned that the guards guarding the capital's office are not good at fighting. The Qianyu guards are ceremonial guards. When I go out or stand guard in the palace hall, I use you. If it's used in battle, I won't be at ease. "We'll start training tomorrow," the battalion commander said. They were indeed tall and well-built and had eaten well since they were young. It was just that the training was too tiring, so he was unwilling to do so. Now that the winged knights had appeared, he had no choice but to do so. The number of soldiers increased to 30,000, and good horses were delivered, one after another. Another team was sent to the border between the Tang dynasty and Tubo to escort the caravan. Along the way, the military was training. When they encountered bandits, they were training. When they clashed with Tubo, they were also training. When this army is fully trained, perhaps the Chang and guards will be disbanded. If he didn't want his 1,000 bull guards, where would he find a job if they were taken away? The only ones who could fight better than him were the left and right golden guards, so even if he wanted to fire them, he wouldn't fire them. There were also the left and right prison gate guards, the left and right leading guards, the left and right prestige guards, the left and right Wu guards, the left and right valiant guards, and the left and right guards. A part of the left and right imperial guards were also in Chang, but they were not the winged knights. There were so many people who couldn't fight, so they had to spend money to keep them. Her Majesty didn't seem happy. When he got off work, he would report to his superiors that his battalion needed to train first. What should they train? Yes, train all kinds of weapons and apply for arrows. Don't be afraid. Eat a lot of food. I don't need to say anything. Zhuangzi will make better food for you when he sees that you're training hard. Li Longji was afraid that they didn't have enough money, so he directly threw it to Zhuangzi. He believed that Li Yi would adjust the diet for the 1,000 bull guards when he found that they were training hard. As for the money spent, it was 10% of the heavenly world's profit. After talking, Li Longji and Li Qingqi went back. "Brother, do you think some of the 16 guards should be disbanded?" Li Longji asked Li Qingqi. "There are too many officials in each guard, so they can't be disbanded. It's better to let them train and send the winged knights to supervise. Every 10 days, the winged knights will summarize the situation. Those who excel will be given good things, such as soap. Those who don't do well will be named. There will be 4 people in each guard, and they will talk about it at the court meeting every 10 days. Li Qingqi had learned it now. General was 2nd rank, general was 3rd rank, general was 3rd rank, general was 3rd rank. In fact, they didn't care much. Some of his brothers had the title of general. Usually, they didn't care, but during the court meeting, they would scold you and force you to care. You could even kill people. Otherwise, they would scold you next time. Reducing food and wages was not allowed. It could easily cause a mutiny. Brother, you're right. The 16 guards of Chang and should train. When I have money, I'll give them extra meat. Li Longji decided to use his own money. The 16 guards mainly ate food. There were very few dishes and no oil. Their wages were also food. If some people wanted to drink, they would use food to exchange. A gold mine was washing sand and refining gold. That was money. It was better to motivate the soldiers. The better they trained, the more meat they could eat. He even bought wine for them to drink. A good team of 10 would be given 2 caddies of wine. Chapter 437. Childhood was gone without a trace, colorful and colorful. Little rabbit in the clouds, Chang-yi Shangrenyu, blowing soap bubbles in the day, counting the stars in the night sky. It was difficult to return to the childish fun and make the heart pure. It was a new day. The sky was blue, and a few white clouds were floating slowly. The dew condensed on the leaves at night had not yet dispersed, but the sound of cicadas could be heard. The temperature was still very high. The students were not in a hurry to eat after waking up early. They looked for a place to study. When the children were all up, they ate together and then taught the children. It was not only the children in Zhuangzi, but also the children in the imperial plantation, the Zhang family village, and the migrant workers' children. The 220 students took turns to distribute the food. The children woke up relatively late. They would only get up at 7 in the morning. Otherwise, they would always be sleepy. They wished they could sleep for 12 hours a day. However, the children in the imperial plantation woke up early today. They all got up at 7 in the morning. Some of them had told their parents last night that they would wake up today because Dong Zhu said there was something good to play with. After getting up and tidying up, they ate absent-mindedly. After eating, there was still some time. Li Yi brought over the soap bubbles prepared for the children. There were small bamboo tubes with various circles made of bamboo. There was a row of small circles on a thin bamboo pole. There were individual circles without bamboo tubes for fear that the children would accidentally stick it in their throats. Li Yi personally demonstrated. He put a single small circle into the bamboo tube. He took it out and gently blew it. A series of colorful soap bubbles appeared and slowly flew in the sky. He dipped it in the soap water again. This time, he blew it even more gently. A large bubble appeared and connected to the bamboo circle. Li Yi shook it, and the large bubble floated towards a little fellow. The little fellow opened his hand and grabbed forward. The soap bubble burst. The little fellow's face was splashed with water, but he smiled happily. Li Yi continued to demonstrate. This time he did not blow. He turned his arm and soap bubbles appeared. The bamboo pole was dipped in soap water for many circles. A pile of soap bubbles appeared with a shake. Okay, each person has a bamboo tube. Go and fill it with soap water. Don't fill it too full. Li Yi stopped playing and shouted. The children lined up to take the bamboo tubes. There was a large trough next to them. The trough was filled with soap water and a small spoon. The little ones knew how to fiddle with it. One by one, they squatted there and pretended. The older ones even helped the younger ones. Then a large group of children held a bamboo tube in each of their hands. They laughed and competed to see who could blow the biggest and most bubbles. Some of the children blew with all their might, but there wasn't even a single bubble. There were even some that were shaking. Their speed was really fast. All the soap water was thrown out, but there were still no bubbles. He accidentally threw the bamboo tube out, spilled it on his body, and splashed it into the air to see if there would be a bunch of bubbles. Li shook his head. This was Zhuangzi soap. If he were to buy it, it would all cost money. Other than soap, glycerin, and tea leaves, the cost was also included. If you don't add glycerin, you'll have to add sugar. She mixed a large vat of water and was afraid that the children would fall in, so the adults scooped the water into the trough. Bamboo is unlucky again, Li muttered with a smile. He was going to sell a set of bubbles. There was a small bamboo tube and a large bamboo tube inside. It was easy for a child to spill the bamboo tube. The small one would be given to the child, and when it was used up, the big one would be given to the child. The whole set was 4 renminbi. In the future, he would fill it with soap water. The big one would cost 2 renminbi. He also allowed others to fill the bamboo tube with the good stuff they made. That way, he could save 2 renminbi. When the villagers saw the children having fun, some of them even revealed a melancholy expression. Then they also took a small tube and filled it with soap water. After blowing a big bubble, they looked at the bubbles flying up and were lost in thought. Li smiled and turned to leave. That afternoon, buckets of soap water were sent to the place where there were swimming, but ball, and merry-go-round in Chang'an City. The villager told them how to collect the money and then left them alone. The children who had 2 hours of lessons in the afternoon ran to the merry-go-round after school and discovered something new when they played. It was still the same as before. The children from the rich families asked the adults to buy the bubbles for them, while the poor children chased after the bubbles and blew them with their mouths. A clever child took a straw and rolled it into a circle to catch the bubbles from others. After catching the bubbles, he could blow them again. The sun moved slowly. Under the sunset glow, the bubbles danced in the air amidst the laughter of the children. This thing has no other use other than to play with it. Yao Chong, who knew that there was a new toy, deliberately came to the canal in the East City. The merry-go-round on the canal spun, accompanied by the floating of the soap bubbles. The surrounding area became a playground for the children. Why didn't anyone make such a toy when I was young? Lu Huaishan was envious. Now he couldn't compete with the other children to play with it. Zhang Shuai said, "It's better than the smashing cannon. The smashing cannon is more expensive. A big bamboo tube of soap water only costs 2 renminbi. It's about the same as the cost. Besides, that's soap water. Children like to use their hands to catch it. When they stop playing, they can wash their hands and their hands will be cleaner." Sigh. Yao Chong sighed. He wanted Li Yi to give him a suggestion to speed up the production of the mats. Today, King Song deliberately came to look for him. It was actually to make a large loom. It was so simple. That's right. Weaving was weaving, so was making mats. Why didn't he think of it? Lu Huaishan reached out and caught a bubble. UNG is still thinking about the mats? Most people can't bear to spend money to make them. The whirlwind cannon and wooden feather arrows are still the best. From now on, no firecrackers can be bought. They have to be used in the military. As for the wooden feather arrows, he specifically mentioned that there must be some rust at the back of the arrowhead to avoid offending Li Yi. Lu Huaishan reminded Yao Chong not to go overboard. Otherwise, Li Yi would have to make a move. Everyone knew that rusty knives and arrows couldn't be healed easily. If the wound was too deep, it was more or less time to prepare for the funeral. There was nothing to be done. The wound would swell and pus would seep out. The body would heat up, convulse, and be unable to move or breathe until death. Many of the people who died on the battlefield actually died after being injured. Those who were able to survive were those who were lucky. Yao Chong pursed his lips and said softly, "Yes, to our own people, I don't think it's too cruel." Zhang Shuo, who was easily amused, felt like bursting into laughter. However, he controlled himself and quickly changed the topic. Li Yi even brought up a method to treat injuries on the battlefield. We already know how to stitch them up. There's also soap and water as well as alcohol. King Song intends to bring a few non-commissioned officers to the prison to treat those who are injured and have pus seeping out of their wounds. He said that he would treat them, but in truth he wanted the non-commissioned officer to learn how to treat them. However, would King Song know how to treat them? The people in prison are going to suffer. Zhang Shuo mentioned Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi brought back alcohol and soap today. There was also a small knife. He said that it was a steamed needle and thread, and he wanted to practice medicine in the prison. Yao Chong's lips twitched. Send someone to keep a close eye on them. If King Song is used to treating patients, those in prison might be intentionally injured to curry favor with King Song. I've already sent someone over. Lu Huaishan had already thought of it. Those in prison were the ones who were black-hearted. If they were injured, they would let King Song take a look. Those in prison who didn't deserve to die would hate King Song and tarnish King Song's reputation. They had to inform King Song beforehand. Whoever made a move would be implicating King Song. Only by spreading the word would those in prison be grateful to King Song. Chapter 438. In the blink of an eye, it was already June 29th, August 7th according to the Gregorian calendar. This month was the 29th day of the lunar calendar. The first day of July would be next. It was still very hot in the south, Tang, and was not so hot in the morning and evening. Especially in the middle of the night, there was a hint of coolness. Li Qingqi mobilized people and built merry-go-rounds in all the counties of the capital. He also found people who were not in good health and whose families were not very rich to sell tickets. The snacks of the Li family Zhuangzi could be kept for 2 days and sent over with soap water. This summer belonged to the children. So far, no one drowned in the river. The children helped the family to pick tea leaves and cut wormwood, increasing the family's income. Li Yi's mosquito repellent incense was selling well. The rich people in Chang and the county used it. The mosquito repellent incense had a simple taste and was cheap. It was especially effective against mosquitoes and flies. It was more effective than other expensive incense. While working, the children who went to school did not forget to study. The official school in Fuping County was dismissed early, so they did not need to come in the afternoon. They came in the morning to check the results. It was a holiday today. They had taken the exam yesterday. Lin Wenwu was a 10-year-old boy. His family was not very well off. His grandfather was sick and had to take medicine all year round. His grandfather was afraid of implicating the family and tried to commit suicide several times. Later, Lin Wenwu's younger brother was born. From this year onwards, the official school was free. There was an organization called the Tang Dynasty Chaotian Fund that gave the official school pens, ink, and paper. The children from poor families did not have to spend a single cent. They went to school for free. Last year, the family helped to cut ice and make mud. This year, they helped to pick tea leaves and cut wormwood. The family had more money. Lin Wenwu's grandfather gave up the idea of committing suicide. He said that he wanted to live and see his children become successful before he closed his eyes. Lin Wenwu went to school this year. He learned the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic. He had an exam yesterday and came to find the teacher today. He was very nervous. When he entered the room, the teacher sat there with a serious expression and looked at him. Lin Wenwu, come here and take this, the teacher said. Lin Wenwu walked over. There was a folded piece of paper on the table. He picked it up carefully and looked at the teacher. Go. Keep working hard. The teacher did not look at him and looked down to read a book. Teacher, this student will take his leave. Lin Wenwu said. Sure enough. He retreated and wasn't afraid of falling. Outside, he slowly unfolded the folded paper. On it was written, Fuping County High School, student Lin Wenwu, late June, excellent evaluation. 10 points. That's great. Lin Wenwu cheered and ran back home. As he ran, he shouted, Little brother, wait for me. I'll take you to ride the merry-go-round. 10 points, you can ride it 10 times. He ran back home and saw his grandfather sitting there knitting something. He shouted to his grandfather, Grandfather, your grandson, Benson's evaluation is excellent. The teacher gave me 10 points. I can take a dung bag to the merry-go-round 10 times. Ah, excellent. Good, good. My grandson has grown up. Good, good. Bring your younger brother to play. Don't be afraid. I won't die. I want to live. I want to see you become an official, get married, and have children. I want 4 generations to live under the same roof, and I want to have grandchildren. Old man shouted loudly. Lin Wenwu nodded vigorously and carried his 2-year-old brother out of the room. He wanted to take his brother to play. If he didn't have money, he would study hard. When they reached the merry-go-round, he put his brother down and wiped his sweat. Dung bag, which one do you want to sit on? I'll change it for you. Lin Wenwu saw his classmates. There were 6 of them from the same class. They were younger than him, and their families were rich. They had been sent here long ago, but they couldn't enter the Fuping County High School. Money alone wasn't enough unless they had a lot of money. His brother was happy. He pointed at the merry-go-round and said, "Sit, sit." When the 6 people saw him, each of them walked over with a bamboo tube for blowing bubbles in their hands. "Lin Wenwu, do you have money? Your family is like that. Can you take your brother to ride the merry-go-round?" One of his classmates looked at Lin Wenwu and asked. Another one laughed. Lin Wenwu barked like a dog. "I'll give you some money." Lin Wenwu took a deep breath. "Man is born good. You are my teacher and friend. I've never offended you. Why are you doing this?" "Oh, you're educating us? If you're poor, don't talk." The third classmate sneered. "It's the father's fault for not teaching. It's the teacher's fault for not teaching. Did you not teach him well, or were you not strict enough?" Lin Wenwu asked again. "Lin Wenwu, how dare you scold me? Do you want to be beaten?" The child was angry. "Fight? All 6 of you come at me together. You're all small." "Humph." Lin Wenwu was not afraid. The 6 children were younger than him. He was always working and had strength. "What are you shouting for? If you want to play, pay. If you don't want to play, go to the side. Xiao Wu, come here." The person in charge of selling food spoke and called Lin Wenwu over. At this moment, the parents of the 6 children came over. The children added fuel to the fire. The parents of the 6 children didn't say anything. They brought their children to the side. They were afraid of Lin Wenwu. Lin Wenwu had just entered school this year. He used to work with his family. Last year, he met an injured lone wolf in the mountains. He killed the lone wolf with a sickle and dragged the dead wolf home. Adults could beat him now, but he could take revenge on the children. How could the children beat him? "Thank you, Uncle Yi." Lin Wenwu saluted the one-legged man who called to him. He turned his head and handed the paper to one of the 2 people in charge of the carousel. "Auntie Exen, Uncle Jiang, I want to take my brother to ride the carousel." "Oh, it's excellent. There's a red seal. How many points?" Auntie Exan was illiterate. She only knew the red seal. 10 points, full marks. The other person came over and took a look. He said with a smile, "Congratulations, good boy." As the man spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 thin bamboo sticks. There was something wrapped in a piece of paper on top of the sticks. He opened one of the fringed paper, revealing a fruit candy lollipop wrapped in a layer of glutinous rice paper. He stuffed it into the little boy's mouth. The little boy grabbed the stick with his small hand and looked at the man with his big eyes. He showed a happy expression. The man put the other lollipop in Lin Wenwu's hand. "Today is my treat. What do you want to eat or play? Put it on my bill." Lin Wenwu stared at the man and saw the word embroidered on his chest. It was the word murky. Murky was murky from Ba Shui. When worn, it only represented one place, Ba Shui Li Village. "Thank you." Lin Wenwu didn't refuse. His brother ate the candy. "Go play." The man turned around and went to the car to move things over. The shrimp slices in the fried food were sold quickly. He came here once. When the car arrived, he saw the scene just now. After moving things, he left. Lin Wenwu sat on a wooden horse with his brother. He took the lollipop from his brother's mouth and held it in his hand. His brother didn't care. He clapped his hands and laughed. In the entire capital government, many children like Lin Wenwu used the assessment to exchange for opportunities to play. All the children who took the assessment to play, regardless of their family's economic conditions, looked better than others. Businessmen had a low status in the Tang dynasty. Money was not enough. They also had to have power. Officials were power. If they studied well, they would have the opportunity to be officials in the future, especially those who lived in the capital government. Chapter 439. Children from poor families are really hardworking. Zhang Shuo and the other 3 sat beside a pool in Xishu City to eat. They were also resting today. Lu Huaixin invited Yao Cheng, Zhang Shuo, and Wei Zhigu to his home. His salary had always been given to the people in his clan, so he didn't care anymore. His shares in Mianhua candy ensured that his accommodation, food, and travel were comfortable. Heavenly Earth didn't give him money, but they gave him things. They gave him whatever he lacked, including firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. They didn't go to Lu Huaishan's house, so they went to the pool in Shi City to take a look. They went again at noon, when Heavenly Earth delivered their food. Zhang Shuo lamented that many children from official schools were evaluated as being from poor families. Children from poor families worked very hard. They didn't have many opportunities in the past, but now the opportunity was right in front of them. If they did well, they could immediately get benefits. The exam was based on their learning progress. As long as they were willing to learn and weren't too stupid, there was no problem. When the children found that they could immediately get benefits as long as they worked hard, they exploded with enthusiasm. Now, there were some who earned 5 points, some who earned 10 points, and most of them who earned 7 or 8 points. This meant that their previous results weren't good enough, but now they were improving very quickly. It's nothing more than luring them with benefits. Is it good for the country to study for your own benefit? Yao Chong found fault with him. He said that it wasn't good for children raised like this to think about themselves in the future. Is there anyone who doesn't study for their own benefit? Wei Zhigu despised Yao Chong. Don't you know what your 2 sons did when I went to Hunan? I was afraid that you would take revenge on me. So I told His Majesty, but in the end, I was still schemed against by you. I promised your 2 sons that I trusted His Majesty more than I did. I didn't agree, and His Majesty removed my position as Prime Minister. Maybe there is. Yao Chong lacked confidence. The 4 of them understood that there was no such person. However, if Li Yi was here, he would tell them that there was an only one. That person shouted, "Study for the rise of China," and then that person did exactly as he said. No matter who was belittled or attacked in history, that person wouldn't be found fault with. Yao Chong and the other 3 didn't know that even if they added up and multiplied by 10, they still couldn't compare to one person. Their mood lightened as they watched the children playing happily there. After the pleasure, Yao Chong passively developed an idea in his mind. Many people don't recognize the vouchers issued by the government school. Li Yi should have sent the money directly to the government school, he said. How can the child come over to play after taking the money? That's what you're talking about. Lu Huaishan did not give him any face. He did not even address him as Yuanji. Yao Chong smiled and did not take it to heart. Then you should at least get a brand. A brand is 1 coin. You can get it from the teacher or the professor. That's a good idea. Lu Huaishan agreed. Indeed, if the seller was knowledgeable, he could also earn money by writing letters for others. They were all ignorant people with poor health. They could only see if it was a red mark. The red seal could be faked and made into something that was red in color. In any case, the words could not be read. Wei Zhigu also thought of forgery. With what? Bamboo sticks? If someone else makes a 10-coin stick, won't they be able to exchange it for 10-coin snacks? Li Yi is so amazing. Can't we just get him to make something that others can't fake? Yao Chong was quite proud. He felt that Li Yi had planned so many things, but he had made a mistake in this matter. 25 people realized that they were also wrong. They were the people organized by the Tujue. They learned from the Tubo people and swam by the Bar River in the afternoon. They swam with peace of mind. There were also many people who swam with peace of mind, because there were a lot of non-commissioned officers swimming. The ones who were good in the water taught others. Swimming around them, they were not afraid of drowning. There were already balls following them. When the situation was not good, they would hug and wave their hands. Or when they could shout, they would shout. The non-commissioned officer would swim over to help. Choking on water, unable to shout, wave. Cramping, shout. What a good thing. The non-commissioned officer even said that he would practice at night. The 25 people and the people accompanying them were stunned. Why are you so diligent? Which guard are you from? We don't usually see you working hard, but now you have to practice on the water. Have you thought about our feelings? The people who were criticized were not any guard, but the people of the Yulin Royal Guards. The Yulin Royal Guards were not convinced, and a winged knights came out. The word flying represented too many things. You are good. We, the Yulin Royal Guards, who are also in Chang, and will compete with you. Competing in hand-to-hand combat? Probably not. We can't beat them. Competing in weapons? Weapons have no eyes, and there will be casualties. Competing in formations? Why do you Yulin winged cavalry have nothing better to do? Competing in horsemanship? What a joke! They are called winged knights, and there is also the word ride. Competing in bows and crossbows? They practice this every day, and during the selection, they use this as the standard. Then, swimming, let's practice. The winged knights can't also practice swimming, right? Therefore, the Yulin Royal Guards in Chang and practice swimming. Their figures could be seen in all the rivers. In Ba River, they need to draw lots because they can eat the food served in Zhuangzi. There are 3,000 people of the Yulin Royal Guards in the rivers around the Li family, Zhuangzi. They flop during the day, and they still flop at night. A few days ago, the Chenyo Guards practiced swimming at night, and then the Li family Zhuangzi made them cold and deliberately provided them with wine. At night, they can swim, drink, and draw lots. The Turks and other foreigners looked at the people who were preparing to go into the water at night and felt very sullen. Songda was also in a bad mood. Dong Zhu, do you still want to give them food and wine? The 10% profit of the earthly paradise is not enough. Now we're using the accumulated money. In a few days, the special warehouse will be empty. Do we have to pay for the 16 guards and the Yulin Royal Guards? It has nothing to do with us. Songda felt wronged. If he had known, he would not have asked for the 10% profit. Now, 1,500 winged knights are in Zhuangzi, eating people and horses. The Qianyou guards around them are training again. They eat more food and they like to eat meat. In addition, there are 3,000 Yulin Royal Guards. Am I not in Chang'an but at the border? Dong Zhu is a commander-in-chief and I am an officer? Otherwise, why would so many soldiers run to Zhuangzi? If they continue eating, Zhuangzi will be poor. There are profits from the gold mine. Calculate that money separately. Li Yi said to Songda, Dong Zhu, the money you worked so hard to earn is just given away. You also used the 250,000 yuan to reward the students and to build the official road to Shu. Songda did not leave and insisted on persuading. What is money? My good manager, how is the printing of the exchange coupons? Li Yi asked with a smile. It will take a few days. There are too many sets and the texture is too fine. There will always be mistakes. Songda replied, What is that? Li Yi asked, Exchange coupons for the children of the official school. Songda said sullenly, That is not an exchange coupon. That is the immortal palace and the underworld. If you use it well, it is good. If you do not use it well, it is a heinous crime. Li Yi defined the exchange coupons. Dong Zhu, I don't understand. Songda said that he could not keep up with the rhythm. There is a blue box in my study. There is a new exchange coupon blueprint in it. Go to the workshop. Li Yi did not answer. Instead, he asked Songda to get it. Songda went to the study with a stomach full of questions and saw the blue box on the table. When he opened it, there was something inside. On it was written, E-E-R-E-Wu-E-Shur-E, 8, for on the front and back the same as before. Chapter 440. Quick, be careful. Don't make any noise. A group of people dressed in pure black walked forward. One of them spoke in a low voice. The other, 24 people, didn't say anything and followed. The leader had a heroic spirit in his heart. Look, no one would have thought of this, right? I dare to go from the imperial plantation to the Li family Zhuangzi. The two-boat people were stupid. They must have been scared when they heard the words imperial plantation. Only by taking them by surprise could they catch them off guard. The leader thought so. He had never been to the imperial plantation. However, he knew that there were many lanterns in the imperial plantation at night. There were also people standing guard. He went around and took the small path. Wang Xing from the imperial plantation hadn't been digging up corpses recently. Li Yi said that there was no need for it. The corpses that were dug up before were kept in a jar. They could be used until winter and then be sent back. They could be dug up again in winter. He brought the farmers to make a lot of canned cherries. Now he was making bamboo canned food. The Li family Zhuangzi's bamboo canned food was successfully made. If you put more sugar in it and kept it in a cool place, it wouldn't go bad until now. To make canned meat, he first made the braised pork, then stuffed it into a sterilized bamboo tube and steamed it with the soup. The outside was sealed. There was no problem since it was made. Li Yi gave him a recipe for canned fish in oil. At this moment, Wang Xing was studying it. The fish was eel. He didn't want to sell the canned fish for a lot of money. He was doing experiments to see how long the canned fish in a porcelain bottle and in a bamboo tube could be stored. He had already reported the canned fruit matter. Yang Si-sun had sent it to the emperor. Then he sent people to the place where lychees were produced to make canned lychees. After that, there were canned longans. If they could be made into canned food, they would be dried and turned into longans. The fresh ones were called longans, and the dried ones were called longans. The fresh ones tasted similar to lychees, but the dried ones were sweeter. Everyone, pay attention. Don't be negligent. Sterilize the food and steam it. Li Dongzhu said that the temperature of the steam is high. Everyone has noticed it, right? If you're boiling water, put your hand inside and take it out immediately. It's fine. If you're sprayed with steam, your hand will immediately blister. This means that steam is hotter than water. The better the sealing of the pot, the greater the pressure, and the higher the temperature of the steam inside. Wang Xing looked at the canned eel that others were making and emphasized. He had also learned a lot of knowledge. He had taken all the textbooks from Zhuangzi and studied them with the other eunuchs who followed him. If you encounter something you don't understand, mark it down and ask Li Yi. Supervisor Wang, there are people coming. 25 of them. They are specifically following the position of our hidden sentries and hiding from the lanterns. A guard ran in to report to Wang Xing. Wang Xing was stunned. Holy shit, there were still people running towards the imperial plantation? What kind of place did he think the imperial plantation was? Not to mention anything else, if you come in and light a fire, even if you die, I will be in trouble. If the emperor didn't come, it was the emperor's business. The temporary imperial residence was still there. If I, as a supervisor, let them in, I would be disregarding His Majesty's safety. Are you done? Get ready. Wang Xing wanted to laugh. A bunch of idiots. It looks like they're going to the Li family Zhuangzi. We can ignore them and let the Li family Zhuangzi catch them. The messenger said, Bullshit. If they can enter the Li family Zhuangzi from the imperial plantation, doesn't that mean they can pass through the imperial plantation that I am in charge of? Catch them for me. When Wang Xing heard that they were going to the Li family Zhuangzi, he became even more afraid. What did it mean if he let them in? Were the imperial plantations guards incompetent? Or were they doing it on purpose? Other places were guarded by the 1,000 bull guards, but here he was unguarded. The empress and the future crown prince were in the Li family Zhuangzi. Let's go. I'll go take a look. Who wants me dead? Wang Xing was angry. Was he easy to bully? Entering the Li family Zhuangzi from the imperial plantation. What were they thinking? The 25 people didn't know the dangers of the imperial plantation and continued to sneak. Wang Xing saw it. There was no way he couldn't see it. The walls of that section of the road were white, and there were lanterns 20 steps away. There were 4 guards standing by the wall. They were all dressed in white, the same color as the walls. Their eyes were looking out through the gaps in their white masks. Catch them alive. Don't let them go any further. If they go any further, the Li family Zhuangzi will see them. How am I going to explain it to Li Dongzhu? Go. Wang Xing was depressed. Where did these idiots come from? They were dressed in black and had no problem hiding from the lanterns. There was a white wall next to them that reflected the light. If he took a few mirrors from Li Yi and put them on the wall, would you like to look at it? The guards naturally knew what to do. They had to catch them alive. Once they were caught, they had to smash them with their shields. They didn't want them to commit suicide. 15 minutes later, Li Yi saw the 25 people. Wang Xing didn't use torture. He tied them up and carried them over to tell Li Yi. As for asking for a confession, he believed that Li Yi's methods were more powerful. Brother Yi, they wanted to pass through the imperial plantation to get to you. I caught them. I wanted you to catch them for fun, but later I thought it wouldn't work. Wang Xing told the truth. Why did you think of breaking into the imperial plantation? Li Yi looked at the 25 people. The 25 people didn't gag their mouths. They didn't make a sound and kept silent. Li Yi wasn't afraid of them biting their tongues. There is no such thing as suicide by biting one's tongue, unless they killed themselves from the pain or suffocated to death from blood entering their trachea. There is also a very low possibility that they chewed their tongues and sucked in air, blocking their trachea. If they had poison in their mouths, they would die if they were bitten. They would have to make a cut first, and the poison would enter the wound instantly. However, none of the possibilities were possible now. He was here. Even if there was a cut in their mouths, and it was filled with poison arrow tree sap, he could still save them. Wasn't it just Antares? It wasn't a big deal. Brother Wang, you've given me a difficult problem. If you kill them and bring them over, I can cut them up, and sew them up to practice my skills. Living ones I can't. What's the difference between that and 731? Don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Brother Wang, why don't you take them away and bring them back to me after they're dead? I'll treat it as if I've never seen them alive. Li Yi said to Wang Xing with a conflicted expression. The 25 people who were tied up were afraid. They were prepared to die, but what did he mean by that? What cutting, and sewing was he talking about people? He couldn't do it while they were alive, and he didn't want to do it himself. He wanted others to kill them, and then he would play with them after killing them? Brother Yi, can you fit 25 people all at once? Wang Xing was worried that there wasn't enough space. I'll kill them one by one and bring them over. I'll cut open their stomachs, heart, liver, and lungs to practice. If they're not completely dead, I'll save them normally. For example, if they cut their necks and spurt out blood, I'll see if I can stop the bleeding. Then I'll cut their trachea and insert a tube to breathe. That way, they won't die immediately. But I won't use any good medicine. I'll just look at them and see if they insert a tube into their necks to replace their mouths. When it's about time, I'll pluck out their eyeballs. The bleeding isn't much, and they can still be connected. If my skills are good, they can use these eyes to look at themselves. Don't you think it's amazing? They don't have to be sent back. I'll drain their blood and roast them with hot air. Roast them into... Li Dongzhu, I'll say it. We came here with the Turkic people to steal the hot air balloon blueprint. It's better if we can steal other blueprints, or we can capture you. When Li Yi and Wang Xing were talking, some people from the small tribes couldn't take it anymore. There was no need to force them to speak. Chapter 442. Brother E, I've got an advertisement for you. It's selling chives. 6 ships, 2,000 shur from Dengzhou. On the first day of July, Li Qingqi found Li Yi. This time, Li Yi didn't need to check the map. He knew where Dengzhou was. It belonged to Hunan province. In fact, it was Shandong. In the Tang dynasty, Shandong was under the jurisdiction of Hunan province. Tianjin was part of Hebei province. If you continued to head north and east, it was called Hebei province. Li Yi knew that chives didn't refer to the flowers of chives, but the sauce made from the flowers of chives with salt. People who weren't familiar with it wouldn't understand it. It was just like when he talked about Dubon. He used to think that it was referring to the northeastern Dubon sauce. Later, he realized that it was referring to the broad bean sauce of Sichuan. The northeastern Dubon sauce should be called fermented Dubon sauce. It was the Dubon sauce with soybeans in it. He traveled extensively and found that the names of things in many places were too magical. The only place he wasn't satisfied with was Guangdong province. This province had places like Lushuan. In the north it was called dry tofu. It was made by spreading a thin layer of tofu, putting like tofu and pressing it. In the south it was called Qianzhang. Both were the same thing. In the past, Guangdong province was also called dry tofu. Later, the Japanese Empire came and insisted that dry tofu was called tofu skin. Hence, in Guangdong province, dry tofu was called tofu skin. However, tofu skin was something that was similar to tofu. So what was this thing called? The Japanese Empire called it high protein. Hence, in Guangdong province it was called as well. Li Yi accepted that the soup ingredients of wonton were different. It could be called wonton, 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 or wonton. However, he couldn't accept that the Japanese Empire came and called it whatever the locals called it. It was the same for chives. The Japanese Empire and the southern dynasties called it soy sauce. If it were him at that time, he would probably also shout that there were people laughing here and there. Now it was the Tang dynasty. Even if the people of the Tang dynasty were beggars, they still had their own pride in the Japanese Empire and Xinhua. I call it whatever I want it to be called. It's not up to you people to change the name. Li Yi had feelings in his heart. He also knew about these things, but he did not understand where Deng Zhou had gotten so many leek flowers. Big brother, are they all planting chives? This thing can't fill my stomach. Li Yi knew that there was also a drought there and there were many locusts. Speaking of drought and locusts, his first impression was Shandong. In addition, rice was expensive while steamed buns were cheap. Li Yi had been there before. Rice sold for 1 yuan, elsewhere was sold for 3 yuan here. Other places sold steamed buns for 1 yuan, but here, they sold 3 steamed buns for 1 yuan. They were big steamed buns, and one would be full after eating one. The wheat in Shandong was good, the rice in the northeast, and the wheat flour in Shandong was famous all over the country. People from Dengzhou selling chives? Don't you have any seafood? It's not easy for me to eat seafood in Chang. And how could Li Qingqi know that Li Yi was thinking about so many things in such a short time? Isn't this a drought and locusts? The weather is hot, so who would want to eat leeks? As a result, the chives began to bloom. They plucked the flowers and pickled them with salt. 12,000 don was too much. When they arrived at Chang, an acquaintance came to me. What can I do? I'm just here to ask you to help me advertise in the newspapers. Li Qingqi told him the reason. Dengzhou was also a drought and there were many locusts. Everyone was busy with other things, but when they turned around, they found that the chives had bloomed. The chives couldn't be eaten after the stalk, so they could only pluck the flowers. The chives were all very tall and not tender at all. They were next to the sea and boiled the sea for salt. There was a lot of salt, so they simply made a big bucket out of old bamboo and put the chives and salt in it to pickle. More than 10,000 don of chives were sent to Chang, and hoping that Chang'an would buy them. The leader was smart and wanted to advertise in the newspaper. Li Yi thought for a while. He could actually eat all of it. Apart from people with allergies and pregnant women, the chives could be dipped in many other ingredients. Big brother, you said it's cheaper. Is it just 800 yuan? Ask them to provide the words. It's my first time advertising. I'll mark it in red. Li Yi agreed and gave the words for free. Yes. Li Qingqi took out a piece of paper and read it. Dengzhou chives have been praised since ancient times. Please have a taste. It's salty and spicy. You dare to advertise when the rhyme isn't even right? Li Yi frowned when he heard it. Ancient rhyme. Li Qingqi said, Big brother, you're mocking the ancients. If it's right, it's the current rhyme. If you don't have the ability, you're pushing it to the ancients. Li Yi shook his head and smiled. Write one for me. Li Qingqi smiled. Love and home, Dengzhou chives. Word for word, no discount. Li Yi gave the advertising slogan and made it clear. I can write the lyrics and save you money, but there's no discount. Li Qingqi for words plus 5 words. It wasn't a parallel essay and it wasn't even a poem. But why does it sound so smooth? It's not abrupt at all. Brother E, let me ask you something. What don't you know? Li Qingqi was depressed. He could guarantee that he didn't reveal anything when he came over. However, after one sentence, Brother E didn't add more words to make money. Instead, he reduced the words. Just 9 words is enough? Li Qingqi asked. In theory, yes. In fact, you have to say where the boat is parked. Otherwise, you're advertising to build a brand? That can be cheaper. You don't have to pay for every word. If you advertise for a month, I'll charge a total of 90 words. Big brother, go and tell them which type they want. 90 words for a month in Chang. And you'll have the same words every day. If you want to write it down and sell it at a dock, you can continue to charge them per word. I'll give it to you as a gift. Also, for future advertising slogans, if you want me to personally write it, it'll be 10 words per word. Not one less. Li Yi explained the situation. He didn't want to write advertising slogans because, as long as he took out the slogans, it would be his classic. Oh, the one about not accepting gifts during the New Year. That didn't work in the Tang dynasty. If an advertisement in the Tang dynasty couldn't even match the rhyme, it would be useless. If you dare to write it in the newspaper, the literati will scold you to death. Then the officials will investigate you. The one that didn't accept gifts was actually giving gifts. Li Yi had seen it before. It was oatmeal and a broken bowl. It was far worse than the diamond advertisement. The company that advertised not accepting gifts during the New Year actually didn't make much money. It was all advertising fees. Li Qingqi hadn't been shocked by the alarm clock advertisement before. He asked, anything is fine? Sure. For example, steamed buns last forever. Li Yi didn't have any diamonds to sell, so he took out the steamed buns. After Li Yi said one, he suddenly had an idea. Also, I'm willing to give up 10,000 bolts of cloth for some leftovers. Ha 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 ha, Li Qingqi. He scratched his head. Brother E, what you said should be used for better things, right? This thing is just a scam. It's worthless. For example, 2 special kinds of water were born at the Baishui River. One of them is foot washing water. Haha, Li Yi laughed again. He couldn't help it. Li Qingqi. Brother E, the businessman over there, wants to sell chives at the Baishui dock. Tell me more. Li Qingqi returned to the topic. Li Yi became serious. The spicy and priceless chives are the only beauty on the Baishui dock. The price has increased. 5 cents a word. This time he wasn't joking. He was serious. Chapter 443. The pier of Ba River became lively. People from all over Chang and came to buy Chinese chives. The Chinese chives from Deng Zhou were cheap, and the newspaper reported it. The people were puzzled. Why were there so many Chinese chives there? It was cheaper than using Chinese chives and salt to make the Chinese chives. Even the pickled vegetable shops in other counties came to buy Chinese chives with large buckets. They were buying from the shops and did not make the chives themselves. Sure enough, they have started advertising. Yao Chong took today's newspaper and looked at the advertisement. Lu Huaishan was in a good mood. Otherwise, the Li family Zhuangzi will not have enough money. The Li family Zhuangzi cannot go bankrupt. Look here. Using words to teach pinyin. 63 letter combinations. Why don't they choose 63 words? Zhang Shua saw the Chinese pinyin in the newspaper and felt that it was difficult to learn those letters. It doesn't matter what it is. There are other words when accounting. I guess Li Yi is familiar with these letters. Yao Chong said, let the literate people learn first, and then teach the illiterate people. There will always be people willing to teach. In this way, the newspapers will have pinyin in them. As long as the people learn pinyin, they can learn more words when they read the newspaper. Good calculation. The newspaper is cheap, so the people buy it and learn it. The newspaper advertises and use the advertising fees to make up for the loss of printing the newspaper. Lu Huaishan analyzed and continued to think. Zhang Shua shook the newspaper. When most of the people are literate, it will be difficult for anyone to spread rumors in the future. The newspaper is a knife. Yao Chong concluded. Previously, they had thought of writing something in the newspaper and spreading it quickly. Now that they can learn to read, more people will buy the newspaper. Moreover, only one side of the newspaper is printed. The other side can be used to write. What I don't understand is that the number of words that can be written on a newspaper is limited. If many people buy it, can the advertising fees make up for the loss? Lu Huaishan was still worried that Li Yi would lose money. Zhang Shua chuckled twice. You can advertise in one newspaper, 2 or 3 sheets. The technology of making paper is improving. There are stones in Lantian County that can be used to make paper. When we mine more, the cost of paper will decrease and the number of advertisements will increase. Not only will we not lose money, but we will also be able to make money. That's right. I just don't know what's going on outside the capital office. King Song said that it's made of copper, and a set of it requires a large amount of copper. At this moment, Yao Chong did not want to find fault with Li Yi. He felt that the newspaper was useful. It could tell the people what to do and what not to do. While the three of them were worrying about Li Yi, the Li family Zhuangzi's workshop was using an ointment to print on wax paper. Wax is not paraffin. There's not so much oil here, the kind that can be dug out in the open. Li Yi wanted to use the indigenous oil refining method, but he couldn't do it. In the indigenous oil refining method, paraffin oil was a byproduct. It was produced by distilling oil at different temperatures. The wax used now is the wax of an insect, called an ashworm. Placing the ashworm on the ash stem tree, the worm will grow on it and secrete ashworm. Insect pewter has many uses, including as medicine. The wax and paper are mixed together to create wax paper. After writing with a metal pen, there will be no wax at the place where the words are written. A roller dipped in ink will roll on the paper, and the ink will be printed on the paper. The advantage is that it is convenient. The disadvantage is that if one is not familiar with the process, the wax paper will be ruined. Li Yi stood by the side and watched the craftsmen work. I need to find someone to practice writing on wax paper. I have to change my habit of using a brush. Li Yi is currently worried about manpower. Who should he send to the various places? They should understand the local situation. They should be able to transmit information and, at the same time, receive fixed information to produce newspapers. During dinner, Li Yi mentioned this to Li Longji and Li Qingqi. I have to arrange for trusted people to be sent out. A portion of the migrant workers will be sent over to deliver the newspapers. They won't be able to complete the task. Li Longji pondered. He knew that newspapers are mouthpieces. The words written in the newspapers are the words spoken to others. The imperial court is in control of the newspapers. Whatever is said, the people will support it. It is the most convenient way to break the monopoly of the influential clans. The people read newspapers every day and are used to believing the contents of the newspapers. In addition, the people sent out will send the news back through the channels of the newspapers when the local officials are hiding something. The manpower must be good. Who would be willing to leave Chang in? Brother Yi, will the people sent over be bribed? Li Qingqi suddenly thought of a situation. Rotate. Send people there and find local scholars to write articles. Only when our important content is sent over will it be printed in the most prominent position on the front page. Scholars will be paid for writing articles, regardless of whether they are rich or poor. The people sent will be responsible for choosing what can be printed in the newspapers. Spreading rumors, satirizing the imperial court, incitement, and slandering others are not allowed. This matter needs to be known to His Majesty and arranged accordingly. Li Longji decided to discuss it with the prime ministers. Li Yi didn't have any manpower on his side, and the farmers of his manor couldn't travel to other places in Great Tang. Then third brother will send over a set of printed articles. Li nodded. He can let go of other places as long as he can get back the advertising fees. He said that he will cooperate with the relay station and earn money together. Otherwise, if the people he arranged to write and print, who will be responsible if something happens? After the matter was discussed, Lilongji went to work in the morning with the things. When the matter is almost settled, he took it out and showed it to everyone. The eunuch rolled the paper with an oil roller and opened it. Words appeared on the paper. He took the paper, covered it with a net, rolled it again, and printed another one. Yao Chong and the others were still dumbfounded. Oh, good stuff. With this, what is the point of carving? If you write it, you can print a lot in a day. Zhang Shua took a piece of paper and looked at it. This kind of printed article is not as good as movable type printing. Moreover, the edge of the paper will be accidentally stained with ink. But it is fast. When the imperial court publishes the articles, there is no need to make so many copies. Just write one and print a lot. So, Li Yi wants to use this to print newspapers. Your Majesty, do as he says and put a few sets in the imperial court. Lu Huishan said, It seems that the ink is not the Li family Zhuangzi's. Engraving printing is enough. As for the paper, I don't know if it is good to use the old paper. If it is still needed, I will buy it from the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi's paper is cheaper than other paper. The price will be lower in the future. Li Yi told me about the problem of local manpower. Li Longji started to talk about business. Where to find people? First, they need to practice writing. Your Majesty, you can send 3 people at a time to supervise each other. Each county will send a group of people and rotate every 3 months or half a year. If there are people waiting to be ranked, let them go first. We will evaluate them. If they are good, we will give them an official position. If they are not willing to go, they can continue to wait. There are many people who are looking for ways to serve. Yao Chong suggested. He did not like people who used poetry as a stepping stone to get an official position. He was more willing to look at the current affairs and write an article about the current situation of the Tang dynasty. If it is good, he can give it to an official. This bypasses the imperial examination. Some people are really good. Your Majesty, which way is the message sent? Zhang Shua thought of the long journey. The official relay station. The net profit from the newspaper advertisements will be used to subsidize the official relay station. Every year, the newspaper will make up for the amount the official relay station allocates. Li Longji said something that made all the ministers dumbfounded once again. Chapter 444. Yao Chong and the others left with a lot of questions. They went back to the political affairs hall and made tea. What were His Majesty and Li Yi thinking about all day long? Why didn't they know about the official resting place? I'm feeling uneasy again, Yao Chong suddenly said. Me too, Zhang chimed in. Is there anything wrong? Lu Huishan frowned. He was a little worried on the way back from Li Longji's place. He started to believe in his sixth sense. As long as it was related to Li Yi, his sixth sense was very accurate. While they were at a loss, nothing happened for a few days. There were more advertisements in the newspaper, including advertisements for restaurants. Most of the advertisements were for merchants who transported goods to Chang and from other places. They advertised when they sold their goods. After they sold their goods, they would also advertise when they transported the goods back. The advertisements took up all the other content, which made the newspaper less interesting. The people in the capital government were working hard to learn Hanyu Pinyin. Surprisingly, there were people who had the time to learn it themselves and teach it to the people in the tea house. On July 10th, Lin Wenwu went to the official school during the holidays again. Lin Wenwu, come and take the things away. The teacher was reading the newspaper that just arrived today. He looked up at the child and continued reading. Lin Wenwu was still nervous. He came over and took an envelope and left. He went outside and opened the envelope. There was an evaluation inside. It said that he had excellent results in the early part of the exam. There were also a few pieces of paper. They were very beautiful. There were mountains, rivers, water wheels, and paddy fields on them. He could tell the difference at a glance. He didn't need to look at the words. He could tell the difference. There was also a note that said, "Take the exchange voucher to the carousel. 1 cent is 1 coin. This is the exchange voucher. 1 coin, 2 coins, 5 coins, 10 coins. He gave me 18 coins, not 10 coins," Lin Wenwu said to himself. Then he ran and jumped up. "Brother, wait for me. I made money for you again." "What's this?" At noon, Yao Chong and the others, who were also resting, decided to go to the heavenly world for lunch. When they arrived at the East Market, they went to take a look. At the carousel, a group of children were holding paper in their hands and changing back and forth. The other party gave him two $2 bills for each round of play. Then he went to the other side to buy snacks for $1, and the other party gave him a change. Zhang Shuo gave the servant a look, and the servant went over. After a while, he returned with a set of 4 coupons. "I gave the child 20 coins before he agreed to exchange with me," the manservant reported. Yao Chong and the other 3 ignored him and took 1 each. Looking at the pattern on it, he found that there was a bulge. Looking at it against the light, it was the black shadow of a copper coin. He touched the paper again. It felt like a newspaper, but it was different. Not only was it thick, but it also felt different. Looking at the painting, there were many colors. There was also a picture on the back with the words "redemption coupon" written in front of it. "Have you asked?" Yao Chong asked Zhang Shuo's servant. "Yes, I did. He said that he did well in the exams, so the teacher didn't give him any marks. The marks are easy to fake." He gave the Li family Zhuangzi a coupon. The servant answered. "Last time, Yuan said that Li Yi had the ability to come up with a way to prevent counterfeiting. Sure enough, he did." Lu Huaishan said with a smile. "Redemption coupon? How is this a redemption coupon? This is money. Go exchange more." Yao Chong's expression was serious. The servant went to find the child again and came back with a stack of redemption coupons. Yao Chong didn't plan to go to earthly paradise for dinner. He took everyone to the East Market. Seeing a person selling cold jelly, he stood there and asked the other party, "I don't have money. Take this 2-coin redemption coupon and buy a serving of cold jelly. Are you selling it?" Cold jelly was 2 coins per serving. Yao Chong exchanged 1 for 1. "Yes, Li Family Zhuangzi's redemption coupon, right? I bought this cold jelly from Zhuangzi. They make a lot of it, so it's cheaper than making it myself." The other party agreed and scraped more cold jelly and poured sauce on it. "Here, I'll give you more. The redemption coupon is light and the picture looks good. When I go to buy the cold jelly, I can give it to Zhuangzi directly as money." Zhuangzi's people said that the redemption coupon can be used as money. There is still a discount now, but there won't be any in the future. The stall owner said with a smile. He took the money, looked at it, and put it away. "What's the discount?" Wei Jigu was curious. 1 coin can be converted into 1 coin and 2 coins. 10 coins is 12 coins. The stall owner made 2 fingers. "Go to earthly paradise." Yao Chong left a sentence and turned back. The servant ran over and ate the cold jelly in 2 mouthfuls. In a private room on the 3rd floor of earthly paradise, the table was covered with redemption coupons. Some were facing up, some were facing up. Everyone, money has nothing to do with redemption coupons. It's just called redemption coupons. Yao Chong stared at a redemption coupon. 1 coin is not enough to print, is it? Lu Huaishan picked up a coin and touched it. 2 coins is not enough. 5 coins and 10 coins are enough. You can also have 50 coins and 100 coins. The bigger the number, the more money you can save. Zhang Shuo looked at the 10 coins coupon. Wei Jigu saw that the 3 people had spoken, so he followed. It's better than silk. Copper coins are few in Tang Dynasty, so we can use this redemption coupon. Yao Chong let out a long breath. Coin production is the work of the imperial treasury. The Li family Zhuangzi wants to use private money on behalf of the imperial court. Think about it. If they print so much money, will the people who get the money have to go to Zhuangzi to buy things? They can trade with each other using money. There's no need to carry heavy copper coins and silk that are difficult to carry. Li Yi and Zhuangzi can print more than 300,000 copies of newspapers a day. Even if printing money is slow, they can at least print 10,000 pieces, right? For types of money, 2,500 pieces of each, they can print 45,000 coins a day and use it to buy things. Yao Chong said a lot and finally stopped. The other 3 people kept nodding as he spoke. Yes, you're right. Even 10,000 pieces is a small amount. Can other people make fake coupons? Lu Huaishan continued to fiddle with the money. There are too many colors. We have to make special paper, trace it, make a mold, and mix the ink. It's difficult. Zhang Shua saw the anti-counterfeiting technology of the redemption coupons. Just the color printing alone was enough to make others confused. We have to tell His Majesty that we can't print anymore. Even if he writes redemption coupons, he's still making money. Yao Chong was going all out this time. Just as they said, there were people who were using redemption coupons as money. The teachers in the government schools. Li family Zhuangzi sent the redemption coupons over and told them that they could save 100 coins to exchange for things in Zhuangzi. They said that they could exchange for things in Zhuangzi, but the teachers knew that the redemption coupons were a bonus. As long as they said that they could exchange for things in Li family Zhuangzi, other people would be willing to accept them. After distributing the coupons to the students, they did indeed each take 100 coins worth of redemption coupons to buy things. They didn't take too much and kept the rest for the next 10 days to give to the students who did well in the exams. They had accounts and remembered clearly how much they gave to each student. They would get an extra 100 coins for themselves every 10 days as a reward for the students' hard work in the exams. Even in the county, when they went to the place and talked to the seller agreed. Selling, this was money. Li family Zhuangzi trusted them. Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of good things, so they wouldn't take them to Zhuangzi. After buying things, the teachers went home happily. They didn't care who issued the currency. Chapter 445. Brother E, this money is good, Li Longji said as he looked at the pile of coupons during dinner. It's not money, it's coupons. Children can use it to exchange for snacks and opportunities to play. Li Yi did not admit that he was printing money. Could money be made casually? Money could be used for planting mulberry trees, raising silkworms, weaving, etc. Yes, it's coupons. Empress Wang supported. Li Qingqi poured wine for Li. You print it first and see if it's useful. When it's useful, let His Majesty know. When the time comes, the Tang dynasty can directly print money and call it Kaiyuan Tongbao. When you spend money, you don't have to carry a lot of heavy things. It's most convenient for people who travel long distances. The benefits are not only that it's lighter. Li Longji also said, there are too many silks now, and the rich have piled them up in the warehouse. The common people have to plant mulberry trees, hemp, and raise silkworms. Li Longji thought of selling a lot of mulberry trees and hemp for the common people to use to grow food. Planting mulberry trees and raising silkworms would waste time for the common people who were actually given less than 100 mu of land. It was better to plant millet. Even if the land was not good enough, they could plant beans. If there were few beans, they could extract oil and make tofu. When the time comes, copper would be used to make tools, and the common people would use paper money. We also need to improve the paper-making process to make paper money more difficult to imitate. Also, it involves the number of issues. Li Yi was not so optimistic. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were deep in thought as they ate and drank slowly. They knew that they could not print too much money to buy things. How much money to print was a problem. After a quarter of an hour, Li Longji asked Li Yi, Brother He, do you think it's feasible to distribute the money according to the rent collected last year? If it's distributed, the common people will have money in their hands. In the future, will they pay money to pay rent or pay grain? Li Yi did not answer, but asked a question. Of course, they will pay grain, Li Longji said immediately. The money printed by the imperial court can't be used to pay rent. Are the common people still willing to use the imperial court's money? Li Yi asked again. Then they will be allowed to pay, Li Longji said. The price of grain varies from place to place. The grain is cheap at harvest time. How much should we pay? Originally, they should have paid 1 dan of rent. But because the grain was cheaper, they had to pay less. The imperial court will take that money and buy grain from other places. If they can't buy the grain that they rent, the imperial court's income will decrease. Li Yi raised another troublesome question. Li Qingqi interjected. Choose an average price. The price of food varies every year. Let's calculate the average price and let the people pay. When the commoners collect grain, the price of grain is low. According to the average price, they have to sell more grain. Originally, 1 dan of grain would have been enough. But after converting it into money, the actual amount sold is 1 dan and a half. The commoners are at a disadvantage. Li Yi still wanted to say something. Look, that won't do. Li Longji and his brother were worried. They couldn't do this or that. What was the use of printing money? If you want to pay, then pay. If you want to pay, then pay. If you want to pay, then pay. Empress Wang was the smartest. What about the price? If the price was too high, the commoners would not use the money. The circulation of money would be poor, and the commoners would not want it. If the price of grain is unstable, other goods can be bought with paper money. The merchants will raise the price. As long as one of the links is too high, all goods will start to increase in price. At that time, paper money will be useless. The more we print, the more devalued it will be. Li Yi raised the issue of the acceptance of money again. Brother Yi, just say it. We don't want to think about it anymore. Li Qingqi simply threw his worries back. No. Li Longji shook his head. There are copper coins now, but there is no mention of letting the commoners use copper coins to pay rent. They can use copper coins to buy grain. When the paper money is issued, just follow the copper coins. At most, we will allow them to use paper money to exchange for copper coins. Li Longji thought of a solution. Yes, that's it. At the same time, he also knew how much money to print. The imperial court would print as many copper coins and silk as they had. When the time comes, the commoners would be allowed to exchange for the same amount. The replacement of copper coins with paper money was for convenience. It was not to take money from the commoners all at once. He told Li Yi his thoughts, and Li Yi laughed. That's right. This is the print quantity. When the commoners gradually get used to it and print more, they won't think about exchanging it for copper coins. It will take a few years. My Zhuangzi will first try to issue exchange coupons. Zhuangzi has enough goods to sell. When the commoners are familiar with Zhuangzi's exchange coupons, the imperial court will naturally issue paper money in the future. Li Yi was afraid that the imperial court would be anxious and issue a lot of paper money at once. The imperial court was short of money. The next morning, the farmers brought the goods to Baqiao to trade with people. When they needed to buy something from others, they asked if the other party was willing to accept exchange coupons. They also said that they would enjoy a discount if they used the coupons to buy things on Zhuangzi. Only for this month. When the other party heard about the discount, they immediately agreed. Even if they did not buy the goods on Zhuangzi, they could still buy things from others. When they were buying, they would negotiate the price. According to Zhuangzi's discount ratio, it would be cheaper if both sides gave way. The one who suffered a loss was Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi had money and a 19-day discount period. Zhuangzi had not made the version of exchange coupons worth more than 10 coins. At most, they could only make 10 coins. When they gave a bundle, the other party counted the money. When the amount was right, they quickly took it and left to buy things. It's useful. If I had known, I wouldn't have driven a carriage to get money. Just put it in and it's done. A person who got money after selling things was happy. You have to put it in well. It's easy to lose it. The silk is big, so it's not easy to lose it. The person who came over to sell bran carefully put his hand where the money was. The person who came over to sell flowers said, "The denomination is too small. If it's bigger, others will be willing to accept it. It's more convenient. Your flowers are collected from various places. Why do you want a large amount?" The person who sold bran said with a smile, "I plan to continue to subcontract. The price of fresh flowers is higher than the price of dried flowers. I will collect flowers from various places and save up. A lot of flowers will be dried." The person who sold the flowers expressed his distress. He wanted people to collect from various places and settle the bill in one go. If he turned around and sold them to the village, he would be able to make more money. Zhuangzi used flowers to extract essential oil. He extracted more fresh flowers and less dried flowers. Naturally, the amount of money he gave was higher and lower. In addition to merchants, the people who came to deliver wormwood and tea were more willing to choose exchange coupons. They did not think that the exchange coupons could not be spent. The Li family Zhuangzi had prestige. Any random thing they took out was worth a lot of money. No matter how many exchange coupons Zhuangzi printed, there would be goods to sell. Therefore, there was no need for evening. At noon, exchange coupons were popular in the east and west markets of Chang, and everyone found it interesting. They could just put it in and save a lot of trouble. The merchants who had business dealings with the Li family Zhuangzi could give more if they wanted to spend money. "Your Majesty, the imperial court should hold the printing money. It can't be used by private individuals." Yao Chong did not eat much at noon. He waited for Li Longji to finish his meal and immediately rushed over. The other two prime ministers nodded. They could not side with Li Yi on this matter. It was too important. "Minister Yao, do you know how much money should be printed in a year?" Li Longji was not in a hurry and asked slowly, "How much?" This, that. Yao Chong was confused. "Yes, how much should be printed?" "Your Majesty knows?" Lu Huaishan looked expectant. "It's simple. How much to print depends on the income." From Li Longji began to talk about the policy of issuing currency. Not only did they have to send it out, but they also had to stabilize the price. When he finished, the three of them understood. They felt that they had completely mastered the knowledge of currency. Chapter 446. Waiter, here's the money. At a small stall in the shade outside Chang, and a man who had just eaten a bowl of soaked noodles called for the waiter. In fact, the shopkeeper and the waiter were making noodles with sorghum powder. On the roadside, they chopped lentils to make sauce and cooked noodles for passers-by. Wheat noodles were not made because they were expensive and few people ate them. He came over and stretched out his hand. 4 coins. Here's 5 coins. Give me 1 coin. The waiter handed over a 5-coin coupon. The waiter picked it up and looked at it. He took out a 1-coin coupon from the linen pocket in front of him and handed it over. The waiter accepted the coupon, and the transaction was completed. Today was July 15th, the Hungry Ghost Festival. It would be very lively at night. It had only been 6 days since the Li family Zhuangzi took out the coupon. Coupons became popular in Chang'an. When the Li family Zhuangzi went out to buy things, they would all give coupons. Some people wanted to exchange with copper coins and silk, but Li Yi refused. If they exchanged coupons, they would directly use the coupon to buy things and enjoy the discount. Zhuangzi would be at a disadvantage. However, Zhuangzi advertised in the newspaper that he wanted to buy a lot of things. He gave a price for each item. Whether it was an individual or a merchant, they would be bought at the same price. Fish, aged vinegar, millet, sorghum rice, grass for cows and horses, fresh vegetables, dried vegetables, beans, bean biscuits. Generally, grains were sold in bulk. They bought a lot at one time. For vegetables, the people planted them and brought them over one by one. The money they gave was not as good as if they sold it by themselves, but the demand was high. The cucumbers were picked and transported over in a day. They were directly exchanged for coupons. They couldn't sell them by themselves. At the same time, Zhuangzi collected mud for pottery again. The kiln in Wugong County became the Li family Zhuangzi's. As Li Yi said, the upper level was replaced, the middle level was given a warning, and the lower level was given a processing fee. Several people from Zhuangzi were sent there to supervise and burn more pottery. The other kilns were burning porcelain. They bought glaze from the Li family Zhuangzi and then shipped it to various parts of the Tang dynasty. Another person went to Chang and to buy glaze from Zhuangzi and brought it back to burn. The kilns in Wugong County had always been burning pottery, mainly jars. They had accumulated a lot and began to trade with the commoners. The commoners understood what he meant. After a while, the vegetables in the fields would be replaced with cabbages. Now was the time to make salted vegetables. Otherwise, there would be no vegetables to eat in winter. At the same time, he also bought vegetables to dry and soak in water to cook in winter. In all kinds of transactions, the Li family Zhuangzi had sold 50,000 taels worth of exchange coupons so far. He only managed to collect about 8,000 taels in succession. The rest of the money was circulated outside. No one thought of asking the Li family Zhuangzi for the discount. They only thought that money was useful. 1,000 copper coins weighed 6 caddies and 4 taels. Carrying 100 coins with him was not light either. Otherwise, the other party would try to lower the price if they accidentally dirted the cloth. Now 1,000 taels and 110 taels worth of exchange coupons were in a pile. He took them and left. Dongzhu, are you still releasing coupons? Songda was worried. There were already 50,000 taels, and there were still more than 40,000 taels outside. Yes, another 50,000 taels. There are so many people in the capital office. Who wouldn't have some money on them? Li Yi was not afraid. Zhuangzi could handle 100,000 taels of money outside. Zhuangzi only sold the same things every day. He couldn't buy more even if he wanted to. Zhuangzi also didn't promise to buy anything with the coupons. Li Yi was leisurely copying books. Behind the Lantian County Yamen, Zhang Sun Xan held 4 coupons in his hand and found the craftsman who had been working for half a month. It had been 1.5 months since June 1st. June was 29 days. Zhang Sun Xan paid 352 taels of money for this. If he didn't collect some of the money he gave out before, he wouldn't have been able to pay them. He realized that the money that he had painstakingly saved was almost gone by the time the Qinggong step bed was completed. He had to think of a way. The best way was naturally to print money. Everyone take a look. Can you make these coupons? I also want a set of my own. Zhang Sun Xan asked with a smile. The 16 craftsmen didn't gather in front of him. They looked up and shook their heads. Inspector Zhang Sun, we are carpenters. The coupons are the work of paper makers and mold makers. The leader of the craftsmen gave an answer. Engraving and printing aren't carpenters' work. Zhang Sun Xan expressed his disbelief. It's not made of wood. The plates on the coupons are pressed with heavy materials. It requires copper and iron plates. After pressing, there will be slight bumps and dents. The craftsmen shook their heads. He couldn't make it. There's no need for those bumps and dents. After a long time, the bumps and dents will disappear. It will just be a normal print. Zhang Sun Xan still didn't give up. He felt that craftsmen were amazing and omnipotent. No, it needs to be carved separately. Then, the plates need to be covered with different colored ink and printed one by one. The patterns on it are thin. Unless the wood is good and hard enough, the bumps will break when pressed. There's no ink either. When the paper is made, something is added inside and the 2 layers are combined into one. After the craftsmen finished speaking, they lowered their heads and started working. Their voices were very loud, indicating that they didn't want to speak anymore. Zhang Sun Xan took a deep breath and left with the coupons. Li family Zhuangzi can actually print money. Doesn't anyone care? Zhang Sun Xan felt sad. He just knew that there was such a good way to make money. If he printed it himself, there would be people willing to buy it. Is there no one who wants the money I draw? Zhang Sun Xin looked at the coupons in his hands and muttered. He felt even more depressed. He only wanted to make a copy of the coupons. He didn't plan to make money himself. He knew that he didn't have the ability. The commoners wouldn't agree. The 1,000-work-step bed can't be stopped. If there's not enough money, I can check the accounts and find the problem. I will ask them to give me money. If they don't, I won't let them do it. Zhang Sun Xin thought of those mining people. The stones were constantly being transported away. They were all money. They agreed to pay taxes. In the end, they had accounts and didn't pay to the county government. If he wanted to check the accounts, there was no excuse. I will write a letter and ask His Majesty and the Prime Ministers to agree to try to collect business tax in Lantian County. Zhang Sun Xin clenched his fists. He decided that he would push. Then it would be easy. He strode back and walked on a sunny road that Li Yi had designed for him. In the afternoon, he sent the written Prime Minister's letter away to prepare for the Hungry Ghost Festival in the evening. It would be lively tonight. The commoners would come out and light lanterns at the river. They would go to the river to watch. Li family Zhuangzi was also ready at this time. There were beautiful lanterns made of bamboo to be placed in the river. There were also those lotus lanterns that used lotus leaves as boats. They needed a small candle. As for the migrant workers, Song brought people to deliver a large number of small and thin candles to save on materials. It would be enough if they could burn for a while on the lotus leaves. Brother Yi, what about the 25 people? They have been locked up for half a month. There's no one to receive them. Everything in the Honglu Temple is normal. As soon as one of the 25 had spoken, the others had followed suit, including the location of the stronghold, how they received the order, and how they were arranged. Wang Xing came over. The captured people were still locked up. They were waiting for the people in the Honglu Temple to do something. It seems that those people have nothing to fear. They probably didn't leave behind any specific information. Are there any words when they are contacted? Li Yi asked. Yes, but it's in regular script. I can't tell. Wang Xing was helpless. Let's wait. There's no hurry. Let's lock them up for another half a month. I'll think. Li Yi said after some consideration. Chapter 447. Li Yi had thought a lot about how to deal with the Turks. The current situation was slightly different. The Qianyu guards could no longer see the mysterious man, which meant that the other party had removed the surveillance. These 25 people belonged to 6 forces. Since they were thrown out, it seemed that the tail behind them had been cleaned up. The people in Honglu Temple should be waiting for someone to come to them. They would not admit it. Even if they were beaten to death in front of them, they would say they did not know them. Since they were willing to wait, they should wait and give the other party some pressure. Brother Wang, take care of the 25 people. Don't hurt them and don't starve them. They will be used for mining in the future. Put them together with the guilty officials, businessmen, and relatives of the Lantian County. They will be reformed through labor. There will be enough food. What we need is labor. How can they work if they are not full? If they want to eat meat, continue to work hard. Li Yi said with a very benevolent look. Wang Xing knew that if people were thrown to mining, Li Yi would use food to tempt them to work hard. Generally, if there were slaves to work, they would not starve to death. It would save money. Li Yi was not like that. He gave delicious food and wanted efficiency. When others worked, he only provided food and no wages. How cost-effective it was. If they were injured, they would be treated. If they were cured, they would continue to work. In fact, the official slaves will also be taken care of. They will be given clothes, food, and medical treatment. Wang Xing talked about the official slaves. He was reminding Li Yi to buy more slaves, private slaves. The male and female servants in Zhuangzi were bought by Li Yi. Slaves were part of the property. Those 8 people could be beaten to death with an excuse. After reporting to the government and paying some money, it would not be a problem. If he wanted to remove the slaves, he would have to spend a lot of money. For example, he had to marry the female servants. Li Yi married them in private, which was illegal. He had to remove the slaves first. Or, if a slave married another slave, the children born would still be slaves. Tomorrow I will ask the steward to buy some. Li Yi understood Wang Xing's words. Buy. Yes, buy slaves. If he did not buy them, others would buy and sell them. If he bought them, he could take care of them and would not bully them. Zhuangzi also bought a lot of land. Even if there were a lot of cows, there would still need to be manpower. He didn't feel at ease recruiting people from other places. Slaves were good, but they were private property. If he caught a runaway slave, he would punish him to death. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Xing didn't wish to see His Majesty and King Song, so he bid farewell and left. In the evening, Li Longji got off work early. He didn't look for other women. Empress Wang was enough. However, Empress Wang had just had a baby, so she couldn't get pregnant. Li Yi exchanged for the ultra-thin one. It was easier to use, mainly because it was much cheaper than a football. At night, everyone watched the lanterns together. There were many lanterns on Zhuangzi, and the villagers used them to talk with their deceased elders. She wanted to tell her elders that she was living a good life and that she had a good dongzhu. Even the 8 personal slaves of Li Yi were mumbling while wiping their tears. The 8 of them were now in charge of various areas, and they were paid a salary. Brother Yi, Zhuangzi's exchange coupons have started to circulate in the capital. Initially, I was worried that someone would use the coupons to buy things and spend all the coupons. Li Longji was eating barbecued meat on a high platform. It was charcoal and grill, not skewers. Li Yi was roasting tofu. This type of tofu had a short shelf life and it lacked a layer of oil. This was the type of tofu he used to eat when he was young. Later on, the production process improved. After the tofu was picked out from the soybean milk, it had to be placed in a trough with edible glue, hung with a layer of glue, and then dried or dried. A better tofu machine directly mixed the tofu. After drying, the tofu would not taste like beans. After it was heated, it was placed on a plate. This tofu was cooked to begin with. As long as my Zhuangzi is stable, they don't care if the exchange coupons can be used to exchange for things. If one day I suddenly say that Zhuangzi is out of money, they will definitely come to buy things in Zhuangzi. If they can't buy it, they will make a fuss and even attack Zhuangzi's people. They will arrest me and force me to give them money. It's the same for the country. The economy is unstable, and if the war is lost, the use of paper money will cause rapid inflation. Even copper coins and silk will depreciate. The most valuable thing is food. Li Yi briefly introduced the country's stability and currency system. Li Longji and Li Qingqi had never received such professional guidance, so they listened carefully. Li Qingqi ate a piece of meat. The Tang dynasty's Kaiyuan Tongbao is also useful outside. Yes, this is the use of paper money in war. Li Yi knew that the surrounding countries would be willing to use China's money for a long time, let alone now. Today, the Tang dynasty's money was an international currency. Uncle, tell us how to fight a war. Give us money. Empress Wang was interested when she heard about war. Just restrict the exits. Even now, they can use a lot of copper coins and silk to buy Tubo's food and livestock. If the food and livestock decrease, the price will increase. If they continue to buy, they will still have to bear the high price when they take the money and spend it themselves. The Tang dynasty does not allow the sale of food and livestock. They can only buy other things from the Tang dynasty, but it can't solve the problem of food. Li Yi gave an example. Buy, and not sell. Can they also restrict it? Li Longji felt that if he were in their shoes, he would restrict it when he found that the situation was not right. Buy something else. Buy wool. Buy wool and yak hair at a high price. At the same time, sell them luxury goods. The people in their big tribes like it. They will sheep more cows and sheep and plant alfalfa on the farmland. The food production will decrease, and they will continue to have no food to eat. Li Yi described the classic sheep eating people enclosure. Compared to the rising sun city, Tubo did not have a perfect industrial system. When the sheep eating people happened, they could not promote the development of the industrial system because the technology could not keep up. Land annexation or sheep grazing, Li Qingqi concluded. And then Empress Wang asked, then there will be internal division. When there is an internal struggle, it will be best to fight a foreign war and attack our Tang dynasty. Our Tang dynasty only needs to prepare enough food and weapons to defend. Such a war will not last long because they do not have enough food. If they want to live, they will ask for peace with the Tang dynasty, submit, pay tribute, and hope that the Tang dynasty will sell food to them. Of course, if they don't want to end the war, they can even fight the other side, not the Tang dynasty. It will be easier to fight there. The premise is that the Tang dynasty does not send troops to attack them, such as peace talks and alliances. Li Yi described the development model of economic war. There was a high possibility of success. Many countries were cheated in this way. Li Longji picked up the wine and took a sip. He put down the wine cup. No hurry. When the Tang dynasty's banknotes are printed, I will write to His Majesty. We have to give it a try. Okay. Empress Wang nodded. Yes, we can't give them copper coins and silk. Banknotes are cheap and useful. Brother Yi, drink. Li Longji poured wine for Li Yi. He felt at ease. See, we have great means to deal with foreign enemies. Brother Yi has developed wooden feather arrows, whirlwind cannons, hot air balloons, and useful gunpowder. The Tubo Turks can attack us now. Wait for 2 or 3 years and see how I will fool you. If we don't fight, it will be an economic war. If we fight, will our Tang dynasty be afraid of you?